like a gift, speeding down the lane. Victory's in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PHG forever, crossing the line. Wheels burn on the track. PHG is where it's at. Roads long and winding, but our team's always grinding. Underneath the starry sky, engines roar, we fly. Sweat beading on our brow. Teamwork's the key right now. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift, speeding down the lane. Victory's in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift, speeding down the lane.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the third round of qualifying for the first round of Season 2 of GTPHGWS. I am T. Kaysen, currently am joined by the mastermind behind it all, Mr. Shaggy Doo 88. How you doing this evening, Shaggy?
Not too bad. Pretty excited to see how many people we can get in here tonight.
Absolutely. We had a few drivers yesterday, and then we had a little lull in it. But looking at the list here, we have, about half of the people who signed up still haven't qualified yet. So will be exciting to see if everybody shows up and how well they do, because right now the competition is stiff. We have 13 drivers under 8 minutes, which is lightning quick around such a crazy track. For qualifying, if y'all do not know already, we are doing the Nordschleifer with the half of the GP circuit, and it's a 20-minute qualifying, so you have enough time for an out lap and then a flying lap. All tires are available for qualifying. But it seems to be that the soft is the way to go. Now, in the race, the mediums are required. And can you tell us a little bit about the race details for this weekend, Shaggy?
Yeah. For this race, for the actual race, mediums are required, but in qualifying, you can use softs. Thankfully, it doesn't rain in qualifying, so everybody likes me for right now. But it will, however, in the race start in the wet and then proceed to get drier and end up on the slicks.
And we're looking at 7 laps. Is that correct?
Yes, 7 laps.
Woo!
Tire wear is 2 times and fuel is 3 times.
All right. So maybe you need to get a little splash when you pit to get off those wet or intermediate tires. Make sure you make it to the end. And then, of course, you have to use the mediums. Now, a lap here, as we know, is most likely going to be around 8 minutes, if not more. And so that is quite a bit of tire wear. On those softs, we noticed that the drivers, by the time they finished their flying lap, the front tires especially, were well worn. So the mediums being required, it'll be interesting to see if drivers can just go from the wet or intermediate tires and not have to pit again on those mediums, or perhaps they will wear out by the end. Only time will tell. Everybody's been doing a lot of practicing, and they're going to practice and practice until the last minute, I'm sure. But we do currently have Tangy in the lobby, and we are going to go ahead and get started here. Tangy is for Team AMG, is the manufacturer, with a good-looking livery. Little Mountain Dew, little Doritos. I like it. I like it. Let's see what kind of time they can put down. Now, I'm not too familiar with Tangy, Shaggy. Have you had any interaction with them?
Only recently. He joined the Discord and has been in and out and interested in the league. You know, learning as he goes. I believe he's fairly new to GT7, so you know he's taking it in and learning what he can. And so far, along with some other drivers, they've enjoyed themselves.
Yeah, that's fun. I'm glad people are getting involved. I do have the website pinned in the chat, everyone. So if you haven't visited papashouseofgame.com, there is a link, and that link goes specifically to Season 2. So you can find out information, what the races are, where they're going to be, where the broadcasts are, and that'll be your go-to source for information, as well as the PHG Discord. And it looks like Tangy is doing the smart thing, as we learned with that tire wear, is just take it easy on this outlap. It's a long one to take easy, but you gots to do it. And this is the first AMG we've seen, so I'm going to be curious kind of to see how it stacks up. It looks like, you know, the BMWs had a good, strong showing. Lexus, Nissan, Toyota, McLaren had a good showing from Fast Cougar yesterday. So it seems to be kind of balanced out. Is there a car that you think's dominant, or is it just that some of these drivers are so dominant?
It's a little bit of both. Some of the drivers are probably going to be dominant no matter what car they use,
right.
But BMW is looking pretty impressive with 4 cars so far in top split?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or just 3. Either way, they're going to be a force, at least in Group 3 races. The Group 4 M4, that's going to be a struggle for some.
Indeed, but there's also the Z4, correct? Is that any better than the M4?
Well, I mean the Group 4 M4, but the Z4 here in Group 3.
Oh, it's Group 3, isn't it? I was thinking
Yeah.
the Z4 was a Group 4 car. No. Silly me. Then never mind.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all they have for Group 4 is that, well, it's always been the blunt of a joke as far as, I guess, speed. It's down there with the Swift for the longest time on how fast it could actually go. Relatively no top end.
Yeah. It's crazy how...
Really the short shifted just to do anything with it.
Yeah, I used it in Moose Wars at one point, and it was not my favorite thing. That's for sure.
It was probably much worse
M4.
than...
Yeah, because that was a while back.
Yeah. It's actually I guess, relevant now in some races.
Yeah, I've seen it being used. I've seen it being used as we get a couple people joining the lobby for the next run. We'll be doing this until 10 p.m. Central Time, so we would prefer everybody get in early. But if you need to get in a little more practice, there is time, but these do take a long time. It's a 20-minute qualifier, 2 laps, and yeah. And one thing that we're doing that's fun is picking your number. So far we have quite a few who have picked their number. You don't have to do it, but it's a fun thing. And Tangy has picked number 100. And of course we have all these awesome PHG World Series decals that are shared that everybody can use to decorate their car. I do love the way these AMG GTs look.
Oh yeah.
They're quite pretty. And having gotten to see them several times in real life, it blows me away, like, because you look at GT3 or Group 3 as Gran Turismo calls it, and they just look like the street cars, you know, with a big wing, but you don't realize, you know, they have a full wide body. The new M4, which we don't have in the game, the GT3 M4, they actually had to move the motor back, like, I want to say it's like 17 inches, so over a foot back, so that all the aero could work and cooling in the front of the car. And so these cars are much wider and longer and have a lot more to them than just their road car counterparts, whereas the Group 4 or GT4 are virtually the road car that's been gutted and had a big old wing slapped on the back. But these are true downforce cars, and we saw it a little bit yesterday when a couple people were qualifying at the same time. Is there is dirty air, it does exist, and these cars do rely on some downforce. So if you are in a lobby for qualifying with a bunch of other people, it's probably best to spread out, because really there's only one place to get a tow, and the rest of it, you really do need that clean air.
Yeah, it is a thing in lobbies, not normal dailies, I guess, or well, GTWS, where you actually get the tow from the car in qualifying.
Yeah,
it can be an advantage at some tracks, but here there's too much going on, and especially if you try following someone close, especially around here when it's already tough enough in a race, but you do it in qualifying, there's a good chance you're gonna.
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna meet there you are.
Yeah, indeed. When you have there's just no room for error, and you're pushing it to the limit. The only way it would work is if one person is gonna bail. Basically, they tow you down the long straight at the end, and then they bail out of the way. And it would take perfect timing and somebody willing to sacrifice in this, as they opt not to take the carousel and go slowly around. Tangy, I like it. I
I was doing that earlier with a little practice in the wet. There's actually grip up there.
Interesting.
It's really slippery on the downward part.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
I think the only time where it'd be a positive tow on the straight is if somebody botched that last couple of turns, which is very easy to do. We saw it a number of times last night. On people with their hot lap. The worst time it could happen to you, and they go off to the left, ride that wall, and they're just stuck.
Yep.
If somebody did that, got up to speed, somebody else come up behind, of course they might, gain a bit of a tow, but sportsmanship would have you actually getting out of the way and probably not providing them a tow because you're just trying not to be in the way.
Yeah.
Once you have a little mishap and hit the wall. Absolutely. Which we did see that too.
Yes, we did.
Times people had to get out of the way immediately to not mess someone else up on their hot lap.
We sure did, and I believe it was Arrow did a really good job to just pull off when he realized that the other driver was coming through. It's these one-shot qualifyings. I like them. I think it's fun. It's a really tough challenge, but it's so frustrating on a track like this. There's, I mean, too many corners to count, and it's so easy to make a mistake. I did one little flying lap and I spun out twice. So I commend these drivers who are able to get through this without making any huge mistakes as far as spinning or going into the barrier. But I think something key is, even if you do go off, the key is keep pointed in the right direction. Otherwise, you got to do that Austin Powers 1,000,000-point turn to get the car turned around. So if you do go off, keep that wheel straight, control the throttle, and you'll be all right. There are quite a few times, I'm looking at the timing list, our fastest driver, Jorge Sr., with a 1:49.8, and our current slowest driver is a T. Calvert with a 8:40.233. So really a huge swing, almost a full minute, just under a minute between the top and the bottom right now. So there's a lot of places to slot in so you can get in your split and be as competitive as you can be. Going under the Bilstein Bridge, getting ready for that flyer. I think they've done a pretty good job on the tires, burnt a little fuel.
Yeah, this is for all the Gran Turismo credits.
All of them. All of them. No roulette tickets. No roulette tickets, just credits. I don't like GT7 roulette tickets. I like GT Sport roulette tickets, where you actually got a car every time.
Yeah, the good old days.
Oh, what's going on? Tangy. This is it. This is.
I told him he would get one hot lap. What are you doing, guy?
This isn't Tangy. You gotta go, bud. You gotta go. You're running out of time.
I don't know what happened to him.
Oh, he just reset. Miscommunication.
Okay, yeah, I told him that you would only get one hot lap, and that was your hot lap. Well, he didn't set a lap. Now we have to wait the entire time though. I can't exit without closing the lobby down.
Miscommunication.
Guys. Communication. You gotta read it. Whether you knew or not, learn everything you can, please.
Yeah. That's one thing we've learned in producing and putting on various things is it's always shocking, and I'm guilty of it as well. As I was asking you right before this started, what time does it actually start? Is we tend to not pay attention very well, and gotta read everything, gotta understand what you're doing.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna shut the lobby down, restart it.
Restart it. Let him do it again.
It's gonna take forever. Okay. Tangy, when you come back in, the first lap is your out lap. The next lap is your hot lap. You want to go on the next lap.
Yeah.
Because you want to have enough time to reset to the pits and try again, or crawl around for that next lap. So you have to go. Yeah. So I'm gonna close this lobby down. So anybody in the lobby, just come back.
All right. Better Dan does have a practice lobby open for those looking to practice.
I'll repeat myself again. Everyone, you get one hot lap. If you reset at any time during that lap, you're not going to have enough time to do a lap.
So you just got to do your out lap and go. Give it the beans, as they say. Give it the beans.
Yeah. Once we get everybody back in here, we'll start a session.
Sounds like a plan.
And the good news is I won't have to worry about it. So once everybody completes their lap, I can tell everybody to exit, and then we can not have to worry about the runoff time.
Indeed. And you're recording all the times?
Yes, I'll be recording all the time. So I might not enter them into the document right away, being a little busy, but I'll screenshot everything to make sure.
Yeah, I have the document pulled up, so I'll type in what I can. But if you're paying attention, I might have to ask you one or two. But I'm going to try to update it as we go. So we got Tangy back in. That's good. We got a speed bump. We got a caper, aka Shanzi. And we got AGRT Chase.
These sessions are very long, everybody. So once you enter this, be ready to qualify at a moment's notice, because we have a lot of other drivers that need to go, and we need to get these sessions out of the way. Preferably, we have multiple drivers in each session to, speed it along. But if you want to practice, have another lobby open or go to another person's lobby or whatever, do it there, and come back, when there's, a session about to start. That way we can get this along.
What is speed bump in? He is in the Acura. Why don't I see Oh no, Honda. Silly me. I should know better. And then Art Chase. We got you. And you're
We got a Beetle in this thing.
I love it. What is Chase driving? Chase is also in the AMG. So we got two AMG boys here tonight. And PHG Caper and SPC. All right.
Yeah, we'll be starting in about another minute. Give everybody a little bit of a warm up, because this is a qualifying lobby, not a practice lobby.
Don't have Caper on the list, so I need to add him. PHG_Caper. From Canada, eh?
Yes, Papa had a chance to be in the Volkswagen, but he can't say no to McLaren.
He can't. And you know what? Sometimes you
Yeah,
just
really
got to
should
stick
this.
with your one true love.
What we really need to do is dress this McLaren up like it's a Beetle. Group 3 Zamboni. That's probably OP. Especially if it's Canadian made.
It's funny that Zamboni is the brand. So nobody knows what they're called. The ice cleaner, I guess. But no matter what brand it is, everybody calls it a Zamboni. It'd be like if we called all tractors Lamborghini, no matter what tractor it was.
There's a number of it's like Jacuzzi. There's a number of it's not the brand.
Is Jacuzzi the brand?
I think there's. I really don't know. I just know that's one where it's one or the other. You really don't know. Band-Aid, Kleenex, Rollerblade. Yeah, they're all Band-Aid. They're all Kleenex. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It is what it is. They were the only ones for so long. All right, it looks like Speed Bump, Caper, and SPC weren't on our list already. So I've added them to our list so we can keep track of what everybody does. And like we were talking before, it seems to be you need to be under 8 minutes to make it into split one. And it might be that even just being under 8 minutes, you don't make it. Because we got quite a few drivers already. It's qualifying.
You can use softs. You can use softs.
And yes, you can use softs. This is just qualifying. So the softs are good. And let's just admire Caper's livery here. We got the St. Jude We Race for Kids. If y'all don't know, PHG, the paparazzi, we raised $2,700 for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital last week. And I got to say, we are quite proud of it. So big thanks to everybody for doing that as Caper gets out of the way of SPC, Cole Trickle, who isn't sporting a livery, but just driving that Genesis, which I got to say, of all the Group 3 default liveries, this Genesis is one of my favorites. I really like it, the coffee color of it.
For not being decked out in decals or whatever, or like an actual race team, just just the paint itself, definitely interesting. I think the G70 has that same one in the Group 4.
In the Group 4, yeah. And I love these cars in real life. I'm a big fan of the Genesis brand. I know several people who have them, and heck of a motor carriage.
Oh yeah. That was actually the first car I won in, was the Group 4 G70 that I won in, actually back to back, in a tuning race of all things. It's kind of a funny story. I kept starting P3, and P2 and P1 kept like wrecking each other for two races, two or three races straight, and I was just there to pick up the scraps. Like turn one, they just take each other out. I was like, all right. This is like 3.5 years ago.
Yeah. It was funny when I made a video about my, when I first got my wheel. It was like 5 years ago when I got my Thrustmaster, and I made a video and just going back through all the photos and videos I had taken, because this was before I was streaming, and one of them was my first win, which was in the two-door WRX road car, and that was it was a daily race A of some sort back on GT Sport, and that was my first win. I was like, oh man, I remember my first win now. That was great.
My the wins were actually at this location, but at the NERB GP layout.
Oh, gotcha. I love the GP layout. I really do. That and the sprint.
I like it in Group 4. I like it in Group 4, but not so much in Group 3.
Interesting.
It definitely feels different when you're racing in Group 3 from being on the GP part to the Nord itself.
Yeah.
Like the big track, you feel the difference.
In real life, it's two different tarmacs. So the GP circuit is a completely different surface than the rest of it. So that would make sense, and then you would notice it more in a car that relies on downforce and a car that's more powerful. So it does make sense that the GP circuit is a bit of a struggle in those higher rated cars.
Yeah, like that's one thing I guess PD actually got right. They are pretty serious about a couple of things when it comes to the game. It's like some kind of realism. They do actually get into it. I mean, they fall short on a lot of things, but when it comes to the surface itself being different, like they are, you can tell the difference even in the game. Like I didn't know that, until you told me. I'm like, but it makes sense.
It makes perfect sense, and it's true, and you feel it on from track to track as well. Like Catalunya seems much grippier than the GP circuit here, and I imagine that in real life it does as well, as they're probably also two different surfaces.
I love Catalunya.
Yeah, it's a great track. The short one is a lot of fun if you're using any type of slow cars, even Group 4. Doing that, I think there was a Nations or something that was Group 4 at the short track at Catalunya, and that race was so much fun. It was a whole bunch of laps, so you had plenty of time to do stuff. It was quite enjoyable. Everyone's still working on their out laps.
3 hours later.
Right? Well,
Feels like it.
Tangy's now had to do 2 out laps.
Hey, you can't say he's not warmed up. At least a little bit. But he's still... I told him he could use softs, but he's still in the mediums. I guess that's
what he wants to do.
preference.
Yep.
Yeah.
Unless they come in and try to pit onto the softs, and then it's like, no, that's not going to work.
We've been there already. I feel like if I have to continuously tell somebody I'm gonna call it a scratch,
Yeah,
it's gonna have to be in the last split.
You get the one. You get the one, and after that, that's on you.
Yeah. Like I believe who was it, Jersey?
Yeah, Jersey had to
time?
leave.
Well, yeah, but he thought he had more time. It wasn't because he was trying something. He thought he had more time, and he thought because he thought he was gonna get the the out lap, a hot lap, and then the time runoff was going to be longer. He thought it was just going to be once you make that next lap, it was going to automatically go to you. Unfortunately, they don't let me extend more than 3 minutes here.
And that's
really with any track, 3 minutes is always the most.
That's how you can tell who hosts lobbies and who doesn't, right? Because you learn. Like now, I've been hosting my lobbies. We're going on like a year and a half now that we've done lobbies every Tuesday night. And it's amazing how much better and how much I've learned of like what you can and can't do. But then there's still stuff that I'm learning. But I think the biggest thing was learning that the slipstream counts in qualifying in a lobby versus, like you were saying, GTWS, and where slipstream doesn't apply. And then learning that slipstream does matter and dirty air is a thing. And qualifying in lobbies is a big difference.
I really hate how many of the tools that PD has at their disposal when they do their events. They do GTWS or the Race of Champions or anything where they can, especially when they can go in and basically play, overlord of the race and assign pins, at will.
Yep.
When things happen or different things, and then especially when they're able to actually go into a custom slipstream or a custom amount of minutes, like Talon brought up 9 minutes runoff here in GTWS.
Right.
We only get 3.
Yeah, it is crazy. The game is definitely capable of so much more. I do wonder if the online part of it limits the capabilities. Like they're able to do all that more in a controlled environment versus when we're just trying to do it in our lobbies. Maybe there's some type of effect there, but who knows? Probably not so much with the GTWS from home, but when they do the finals where everybody's together, I bet them all being together like that allows them to do a little bit more, would be my guess.
Right.
And thank you so much, Turbo. I like turtles too. And it looks like Cole Trickle gonna start his flying lap. Crosses the start-finish line to initiate.
Looking at the other Genesis drivers so far, when Cole is on it, when he really applies himself and it's not just messing around, he's a very fast driver. And he's going to end up being paired with currently Pyro.
Oh, that's a good team
Genesis
right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cole is...
We also have the newcomer Evolve, who currently is sitting in top split.
That'll be interesting to see. And for those who don't know, which I'm sure most of you do, we are talking about SPC when we talk about Cole. Cole Trickle? SPC.
But they also have the teammates of Arrow and C-Dubs.
Solid. That's a solid team.
Who had some bad luck. Yeah, who had some bad luck here in their qualifying run, especially C-Dubs.
Yeah.
The track decided to attack him at the last minute. But he's definitely faster than the time that he posted.
That's for sure. And I think we're going to see that a lot. because it is a one-shot qualifying, there are going to be drivers who just, it's almost to your advantage not to quite push it to the limit, just so you get a clean lap, because there's so many. And yep, Tanguy goes into the pits, so that's a no time for Tanguy.
Yeah, you're gonna be locked into the last split. I'm sorry, but I tried.
No time. As I drop my controller on the floor. All right. Well, Cole's moving along quite nicely, right on the inboard. Get a feel for what these drivers are seeing, especially for those in VR. I do like this car, how it has the backup cam just right in your face. It's probably distracting in VR, but it's pretty cool to have that display. And Caper just going to the pits as well.
Yeah, he attempted, so that's a no time, Shanzi.
Unfortunate. So that just leaves Chase and SPC.
The best thing you can do is not scratch and go to the pits. Just run your lap so you have a time set. It's easier that way. You never know, you can come up with a few spots better. Quick.
Ooh, slowed the car down quite a bit. Which you got to do here. This is the point in the race where crashes will happen. It's inevitable. You're going flat out, and then you got to slow way down. I'm gonna hop back over with Cole Trickle, SPC, see how he's carrying along. Really burned off a lot of fuel. Look how low his fuel tank is already.
I think it's about that much to begin with. I don't really see the fuel burn as like it's not going to be as noticeable, especially here.
Gotcha.
It doesn't go down as much as you want it to. Wish you could just back it into a wall and just burn it.
Just burn it.
Yeah.
And
cool
Speed Bump didn't enter into this, did he? And then back out? He was in the lobby at one point.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he hasn't technically started a lap or anything, so he's still up for being able to set it down.
Okay, cool.
But Shanzi has got a no time, and Tanguy will have a no time.
Caper and Tanguy.
Yeah, they can choose to start in the last split, but that's about all we can do right now.
And each split, the points are different. So just so people know, can you explain a little bit about the point system we have here?
Loosely based how GTWS is, except it's a rolling system and not necessarily based on, I guess, your DR.
Gotcha.
It's based on the qualifying, and it'll change for each round, because some drivers have weaknesses at a track, and they might be good one week, say here, and then next week we're going to Interlagos, and they might not have the best time, and they could be in second or third split. And it's trying to, I guess at the best, put everyone within a lobby of,
it'll even it out. Yeah, exactly. And each split is a different number of points, right? Like the top split has most point options, like GT1 does, and then depending on your lobby, then GT2. So winning the bottom split will get you less points than coming in last in the top split, essentially. So while some people might want to, be in a lower split to maybe guarantee a win for them, it's not going to get them enough points to be competitive overall unless they do something in a different race.
Right. But it's essentially top split, and this would be like top split in GWS. Second split would be more similar to a mid or a low GT1 lobby, and then split 3 depends on really how many people we have. Split 1 is starting to look really fast.
Yeah.
A plus and A's, and even the A's have A plus pace. It's just a number. A lot of times your DR doesn't always
Yeah.
mean what you are exactly.
I feel like a lot of time it's how much you play. The more you play, the more likely you're going to have a higher DR because you just keep at it.
You can inflate. Yeah, you can inflate your A or your A plus and it not mean anything when you get into always based it on when you get into GWS races and you're able to go in there and pick up podiums against all A plus drivers. Then I think you're deserving of that A plus. But you get in there and you struggle and it's hard to say. You might have a high A plus or a high A rank, pace, but having A plus, it just happens. I'm like that with half the tracks.
Yeah.
I probably am a good A at some tracks and an A plus at the others. That's how it is.
Yeah, for sure. And combos matter as well, as far as what the car is, what's the tires, what's the strategy. It all comes into play. But that's one thing I love about Gran Turismo over, say, your more pure racing sims is all the road cars Gran Turismo has and the different types of tires, and you don't have to just be a race car driver. You can be a driver. 801.627. Well done. Just outside of the 8-minute time.
You got to know he probably was able to do better in practice.
Oh,
but
yeah.
The way my lobbies work, I nerfed the drivers. Hey, even Jorge was probably another 2 seconds faster, but he gets into this lobby and he's only
different.
4 seconds faster than the next person instead of 6. But that's how that works.
And Chase gets an 813.964. 813.964. So after I sort this, let's see where that puts these drivers. That puts SPC and P14 just behind W and yourself, Shaggy, and ahead of Evolved. So good on SPC. And Chase puts him at P24. Not bad at all. And well done, Chase. And that's the highest AMG. So you are the best AMG driver at the moment. So good on you. And that puts SPC right above his Genesis teammate of Evolved.
And Tangy, if you're listening to this, you don't have to complete this lap. It's not going to count anyways. I mean, it's good practice, but yeah.
And there we have it. Well done. Good job, everybody. Well done, Chase. Yeah, Chase is sweating, he says. I believe it. I believe it. I did a lap yesterday, and it was a lot.
Hands start sweating. Yeah. Palms are sweaty.
Mm-hmm.
Mom's spaghetti.
Mom's spaghetti. Uh-oh. Jorge Sr. predicting Nasty gets a 759. I would love to see it. I would love to see it. So we got Nasty, we got Fernando Button, we got Speed Bump, we got Salamander. Make sure all these people are on the list. Yep, Nasty's on here. Fernando is on here. Salamander is on here. As I mess with our Excel spreadsheet that Sal has put together for us. Oh crap, I didn't mean to do that.
I think Tangy actually did say, and this is what he was actually doing. He said he was on pit like 3 times, and he's pitting again. Well, you need new tires to go nowhere, I guess.
It
But all right.
is what it is.
But you will be in a race, and then you can go pit all you want. Because you will be pitting a couple of times at least.
Indeed, yeah. Gonna definitely have to get off the wet tires.
Oh, yeah.
We know that for sure. All right, so we got Salamanders in. Let me highlight his name. And then I already have Speed Bump highlighted. We got Nasty, Fernando, and Beans.
Yeah, Beans was in a session yesterday, but he never started a hot lap. So he was never, he might have not, I don't know, something had to have gone on. Because he did say he was indecisive if he was going to go or not.
Just wasn't
But
quite
if you-
feeling it.
Like, if you start a hot lap, that's your lap.
That is
And if
it.
you don't record time, it's a no time. That's what we got to do.
And Beans
That's
is.
why.
Yep. These are the rules.
Oh, it's okay, Beans. It's no problem. As long as you can get a lap in, then you're good.
We'd love to see you do it, Beans. We'd love to see you do it. So currently we have 36 drivers who have technically qualified, 2 of which did not set a time. And we got quite a few signed up, so should be fun. I need to step away just for a moment. I will be right back.
No problem. No, Jorge, it's enters and no pit at all in fuel map 6. Also a longer fuel line. Extra line there. You go down the straight at 120 miles an hour because those fumes are keeping you alive. Keep it up, Jorge, or I'm gonna add more bop to you. It's gonna be a nerf. Gonna nerf all the BMWs because they are OP here, especially in your hands.
Yeah, I would say Jorge is just OP. It has nothing to do with the car he's in. He's just OP.
Well, I forgive the BMWs for being too fast because I know what the Group 4s are not capable of.
Right? It kind of balances out. It kind of balances out.
It's like you might have the fastest jet, but you have no missiles. You have no guns.
All right. And Beans is in the
Yes, sir.
AMG as well. All right. Nasty in the Mustang.
Well, technically, Talon, you can only do the Group 3 BMW races and then call it a day.
True. True.
That's why there's 5 of them. I had that in mind because I also more popular than the Group 4.
Salamander rocking the Corvette as well. Speed Bump in the Honda, Sal in the Vet, Nasty in the Ford, Fernando in the Vet. I think we just need Tangy to back out, and then when everybody's ready, we'll go. Tangy, if you're listening, if you could please exit the lobby, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yes, communication is key. We're about to start, so I hope everybody's ready.
I am. There we go. Thank you, Tangy.
Everybody on stalls.
And here we go.
Math is hard, Talon. I know. It's fine.
Math
We'll get through
is
it.
hard. It definitely is. I do like how the Brits say maths plural, like more than one math. I'm a big fan of that. As Nasty hits the track for the outlap, we got ourselves PHG A-Team number 665.
He's knocking over all the cones now.
He's just taking out cones, making it rough for everybody else. We'll go up to Beans in the AMG. Very nice, black and red. And
I actually do not recommend that. I think Fernando had to go through a cone because it was in the racing line.
We got
So
Sal.
hopefully nobody was using any of those as a brake marker
Right.
or anything.
Got to use permanent features. We know Salamander is an incredible livery designer, and it shows it off here with the PHG white and black. I like it. Let's see what Fernando Button's rocking. Same livery, so that's what he was saying. Everybody, all the Team Corvette guys have the same livery, different color scheme, and so far Fernando's is my favorite. I'm a big fan of shiny chrome gold.
Because it blinds his opponents.
Right?
They try to pass. Nope.
Nope.
Can't see the track anymore.
So looking good over here from Fernando Button. Take a look. And that, look how close these drivers are. I imagine they're going to spread out once they get to the straight. Give each other some space.
I think the rule of thumb with this much time, I'd leave a good, I don't know, minute between. That way you don't come up on somebody in case they mess up. I mean, if you can.
And Speed Bump looking good in this Honda NSX Fanatec PHG racing team. Little chrome snake. Think that's a snake. Could be a cat. Very nice. I'm liking that, Speed Bump. Of course, I like the Converse All-Star on the roof here. That's a nice touch.
You know, I was wondering if anybody was going to take Honda for a spin, and well, we got our first one.
Indeed. First Honda. It's not our first Ford, is it? No. We have
this will be our second Ford.
Josh is in the Ford as well.
And a couple more Corvettes.
Indeed. And it looks like Nasty is trying to burn off as much fuel as possible there. Kind of revving it out, but now keeping it under 100 miles an hour. Well, as I say that. Go back up. Now Beans is leading the way. Salamander following behind. As as they do their very long outlap.
I'm gonna have to leave y'all for a little while and eat some dinner.
Okay, well, you know the rules. What are you gonna eat? You gotta tell me. I care about food.
Chicken Alfredo.
Ooh, chicken
I love
Alfredo.
Ah,
Well, that sounds good. You go and
yeah, I have to eat or I'll die. So,
you go
unfortunate, but
enjoy it, and I'll be here waiting for your return.
that won't be too long.
Nah, don't worry about it. Take your time, enjoy your food, and I'll hold down the fort.
Where's it gonna go if you don't hold on to it?
Oz, the wonderful land, or the wonderful wizard of, something like that.
Just bring your ruby red slippers.
Oh, don't worry. I don't leave home without them.
Oh yeah.
And just in time, Pyro. How you doing, bud? I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
That's very sweet.
Yeah.
Alright, but I'll see you guys in a bit.
All right.
No problem. I'll check you out. I'm over here. I've been over here having a blast watching the qualies.
Good. Yeah,
I'm really hoping forward to this race. I'm just hoping that Sal could, get a sub 8.
I think he can.
There's a couple people, like there's I think like we all have people that we're looking forward to seeing. Like I'm real happy for Vetter Dan reaching the A+. So it's pretty dope.
It's good to see. It's good to see. It's fun to see our teammates improving and getting better and learning from each other. It makes for some good feelings for sure.
And there's a lot of us that we don't get the opportunity to race with each other on track because of the separation of DR.
Right. You're right. It's true, and it's interesting to see because like there was a period of time where I was always in races with Lead Pencil, and then he improved and I didn't, and now we hardly ever get to race together anymore. And it is fun to see that in these leagues you can be in a variety of DRs, and as Bean really straddles the carousel there. That was interesting looking. But yeah, it's fun to see in these leagues getting people who really don't get to race against each other to get put together.
Look at Nasty in the. Ooh, is this his plan to drive a Mustang?
Say that again?
Is Nasty's plan seriously to drive a Mustang?
Apparently. He's not the... Well, actually, I don't know what... Because there's one other Ford driver. Who was it? Let me look on my list here. We have Josh. PHG Josh 76 is with Ford as well, but I don't know if he used the Mustang or the GT.
Ooh, that's bold.
Yeah. Some people just got to stick with it. They have their brands, and that's what they like.
I believe this part of the track was it not the Suez Gardens, is it?
Ooh, you're asking the wrong person. The only thing I know is the carousel.
Yeah, I believe it's the Gardens. And they're coming up on YouTube Corner and then Ice Corner, I believe this is.
I am familiar with YouTube Corner because I do like to watch all the videos from YouTube Corner.
Horrible stuff. Terrible.
Mm-hmm. I would love to get to drive here, but it would stress me out because there's so many other cars on track all the time. Like when it's just a fun track day, like it looks so stressful.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I may visit Watkins Glen sometime this year.
Oh, you should.
Uh, yeah, it's about 4 hours from where I live, so
Oh, definitely. I'm fortunate enough. I live an hour from Circuit of the Americas, and I got to take my Mazda MX-5 on the track recently, just for one lap, and it was so cool. It was so cool.
how what was your top speed?
I think I got up to 80. We were like it was technically a parade, like we were being led by the safety car, and then
Oh,
I unfortunately got stuck behind a Kia Soul, so you weren't allowed to
and there's no
pass
passing.
anybody. Yeah, so I just slowed up, but when it came to the turns, I was on the limit for the most part for the car. Like it was fun. I clobbered the apexes, rode on the curbs. It was a blast. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah. So for the sake of law, I will say that I have never driven a Hellcat at over 140 miles per hour in Pennsylvania. I've never done that.
That's no thank you. That
Yeah,
sounds dangerous.
I have never done that.
Never. He wouldn't even think about it.
I would never even with, with especially
Salaman.
not with four people in the car.
No, definitely not. Don't do it.
Definitely not.
Drive safe, kids. Obey the speed limit.
Yeah,
It's there for a reason.
it's a suggestion, but
No,
in in the left lane is definitely not for illegal activities.
it's just for passing only.
Yeah.
Salamander's looking really smooth out here, I gotta say. Very precise, not too much tire squeal.
C Dubs and Shaggy, you guys never did that. Well, Shaggy's right; he's never done that. C Dubs, I think you misspoke a bit.
You
Yeah,
could do it. Some of these third row SUVs with the big V8s or their turbo V6s, I could see it happening.
yeah, but you're not going to do it. You're not.
My
Okay, the AMG Beans with the okay. Sal's approaching the Nordschleife.
and this
Going
is where we
through the
saw.
Nordschleife to the Nordschleife.
Indeed, we saw yesterday someone spin out here trying to enter the Nordschleifer and just get on it too much. It is a tricky
Oh,
part of the track. It kind of falls away from you as you turn up that hill.
we call it taking the McNaughty way out.
There we go. Shout
Because
out to McNaughty, who did qualify yesterday and took us all by surprise by using the Lamborghini
we should have forced him to use the BMW.
over his dead body.
I mean, I've seen videos and I've watched the stream.
Yeah.
He admitted that he loves BMWs. Everyone should go like, share, comment on that. Sure. Make him feel it. 2.2 minutes. All right, this lap by Beans is not going to be sub 8. He's that sector he would have to be below 2 flat for it. I mean, maybe he can pick up and find time elsewhere in the corner, but I'm watching Beans lap now and that wasn't a good sector.
Yeah, I switched over to him and ooh, that was a cool camera shot. Just getting
Oh
close. I love these AMGs. If you can go to Watkins Glen for any type of GT racing, you really should, because seeing these cars in person is incredible. Shaggy and I were talking about it earlier.
Yeah, I was listening.
This car specifically, it's so small and so huge at the same time, because it's definitely smaller than all the other GT cars. It is, I believe, it is the smallest one. It's I guess maybe about the same size as the 911, but the 911's taller. But everything else is quite a bit bigger than this. But then you see it in person, and it looks huge still.
Yeah, there's about 5 AMG GTs in my area. There's 2 of them are the 4 doors, because they have the 4-door AMG GT as well,
Oh wow.
and then there's the new SL. There's one by the cigar shop I go to.
Yeah, and that's what. Yeah, like what we were saying. Like you see the road cars, and then when they make them a GT3, it's a wide body kit. It extends the
Yeah,
front
they don't
end.
just gut it. They
It-
don't just gut it to give it the weight reduction.
Exactly, and if you look at like the hood of this, see that huge intake in the front. That requires the motor to be moved back a little bit so that
Yeah, and
can be there, and it's wild.
if I'm not mistaken, this is referred to as they don't refer to it as a front engine car to begin with because the engine is so back relative
Oh,
to,
yeah,
yeah, it's not considered a front engine car anyway. I think it's considered like a front mid or something like that. I
yeah.
can't remember. I can look it up.
This one and the BMW M4, they both had to.
Talon said AMG is all money gone. How dare you, Talon? How dare you?
But yeah, they had to. Talon. You can always count on Talon. Ooh, as we got contact. Oh no, between Nasty and Speed Bump. Nasty respectfully, good sportsmanship because they are just trying to get in their flyer. Nasty's going to take a big penalty because he did the right thing and let him go through. While it did hurt both their laps, but good on Nasty for not just continuing on. But no damage, so that's good.
That's sad to see. That's really sad to see.
And that's where, trying to give space is key because clearly Nasty had more pace than Speed Bump there. And it ended up causing a collision, which is unfortunate. But again, good job on Nasty for backing out, letting Speed Bump keep going, taking the penalty. He knows now that he's not going to get the lap time he was wanting.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't be too mad to see Nasty go through that way because it is qualifying. When it happens in a race, you definitely pull over to the side,
Yeah.
let the other guy go. But if you pull over to the side and give the position back in quali, you just mess each other up anyway. Because when you catch up to the slower driver, you're gonna end up slowing yourself and the other driver down again, as it is already.
True. That's a good point. As we see, Speed Bump has left, so that'll be no time for Speed Bump, which is unfortunate. And just like you were saying, now SSC Nasty is really hurt from it. But we've seen some time, so I think it's best to put a time in because so many people do have issues here.
And I did see Jorge has to drink a beer.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, because Jorge said if it's over 8 minutes, he has to take a shot. If it's over 8 minutes and 10 seconds, he has to drink a beer with that.
Oh, good luck, Jorge.
Yeah.
I'm not as young as I used to be. That sounds painful.
Oh man, I can drink beers like Red Bull.
Yeah.
All day.
Fair enough. I'm a big high alcohol content IPA. Like Imperial IPAs is my go-to.
Right? We have Salamander coming through.
On that long straight.
I will know. He's just gonna miss out on the sub 8 minute time.
So 7:53.
He should be about a 8:02.
801.404.
Beans 8083.
Beans 8083. Hold on. What was it? Do you know what the extent of that?
Beans was a
Ooh, Fernando. What was it? 808.3.
No. It was a 757.8 for
Oh.
beans.
757.833.
Oh no. Oh no.
What
Bean.
happened?
Nasty. Jorge's gonna have to drink 2 beers.
Did you catch what Fernando's time was?
Fernando's lap time is a 8:12.770.
Awesome. And did Nasty finish a lap?
Nasty is a 8.326.
All right, so that gives us Bean with a 757.833 in the AMG. I think that took us all by surprise. Nasty 824.326. Salamander with an 801.404 and Fernando with an 812.770. Let's sort that, and so that puts Bean in P9. Bean P9, fastest AMG. Well done. Salamander, that is P15 in the Chevy, the fastest Chevy so far. Fernando, P26 in Chevy, the third fastest Chevy. And Nasty, P35 in the Ford, second fastest Ford. GG's, y'all. GG's. Trying to record all this data in the Excel spreadsheet. So currently, split one. Of course, we have Jorge, Enigma, Banana, Shadow Chef, Fast Cougar, Jersey, Oak, Talon, Beans, Pyro, that's you, Vetterdan,
Yeah, that's me.
Vetterdan, Racer 51, Shaggy Doo, RW, and Salamander. Salamander just barely cutting SPC, aka Cold Trickle, out of split one. Love to see it. This is, I mean, it's clearly a matter of just practice and finishing a lap. Not, I think it's almost better not to push too hard at this point and get in one of those middle splits, unless you feel confident of your sub 8. It's more a matter of don't mess up and put in a time, and that'll put you in a better split.
I think personally, I think you just go for it.
Really?
I have a habit of jumping into these races without practice and just going for it. I actually plan on practicing this season because there are people that need to be taught lessons and showed who's boss. That they do a lot of practicing, so I'm gonna
Yeah.
do some practicing.
You got
And
to.
mm, yes and no.
Make it
This
happen.
is yeah. I believe he's gonna let Speed Bump run another one.
Oh, fair. Yeah, because Speed Bump did get pummeled by Nasty. So good sportsmanship again. Nasty feels bad. He wants Speed Bump to have the opportunity to put in a good race. And
Yeah.
I like that. I enjoyed that from, I think you see it a lot in any of these Gran Turismo communities, but specifically in the PHG one, of people just really, like, we want everybody to have a good time. We want it to be competitive. It's going to be competitive. It's going to get heated, but ultimately we're here because we love racing and we love this game, and it's a lot of fun to see the difference between other leagues and other dailies or GTWS, and then this where it is very respectful, and I like it. I don't like confrontation, so I appreciate that.
I think this was unfortunate for both Nasty and Speed Bump. I think I just wish they had, because I want everybody at their best
Yeah,
for this. You know, maybe if Nasty would have been out of the pits before Speed Bump, or he passed them up on the outlap, we wouldn't have the unfortunate thing that took place there. But I want these races where everyone everyone is matched up according to their skill level,
right.
and I want a nice competitive race. I think that's what the viewers want, and more importantly, I think that's what the racers want as well. I think the
It
racers
is.
want they want to put on a show. Well, we want to put on a show.
Absolutely. And I
Yeah,
think that that was an
that's a
interesting
message to
thing with
Jorge.
with Natty with the NRL, um, was I did see some drivers in splits that surprised me, either really fast drivers who somehow got into the lower split because of that first round qualifying, and vice versa, and it really showed when it came to the racing of some drivers really excelled at that qualifying race and then just didn't have the chops for the rest of the season, and vice versa. You had drivers who failed out on that first one, but then everything else they just kind of dominated. But that's not referring to top split, because obviously we had Jorge and Wid who just dominated everything in their respective days of split of Division A. Um, but as far as the other ones, there was definitely some drivers who maybe would have been in Division B that made it to A and just kind of couldn't do anything, and vice versa.
There's a very interesting thing that actually took place with McNaldy's Racing League that only a few people are aware of. But one of the people that was supposed to be in the race actually ended up qualifying for the GTWS. So
Right.
big shout out to Cyril. They gave him so he didn't compete. But I think things would have been extremely interesting with Cyril, or Simon as he's
Yep. Simon.
called,
Yeah.
on the track. And big congratulations to him. I'm
Huge.
Yeah, I'm really excited for him. I'm
I
rooting for him,
I
and he
need to.
did it with Lamborghini of all things.
I know, right? I need to look into getting out there to LA for that race.
It'll be
Um,
the third week they're going to be in LA.
okay. It's a possibility for me. I would love to be able to get out there and support them. It would be really cool.
Very interesting thing to happen is the last time, to my knowledge, that they were in New York, where I'm from, was when Igor Fraga and Mikhail Herzog had the issue,
Oh,
which
it,
is yeah, which is also the reason why Mikhail Herzog will only compete in Champion of Champion races. He wants nothing to do with GTWS.
yeah. He's done with that.
Yeah, but I mean, it was clear what happened, and it was obvious that he just said, you know what, like he made the decision right there. But what I really appreciate is he addressed the issue on stage in front of everyone.
Ooh, that
Just say,
takes
hey,
guts.
yeah, and he's like, you know what, if this is what you guys are going to be doing, then I don't think that you need to have me here
Yeah,
anymore.
I'm
I was
bigger than this, and if this is how you're running it, no, thank you.
Yeah, it's all in the pin message, and yeah. Yeah, Shaggy, I'm extremely glad we got somebody to root. I mean, I root for Haywood too, but he moved to BMW, and I just don't have it. and me to BMW. Nah, it's a joke. BMW is fine. I would like to see. I noticed looking at the roster for the GTWS. I noticed lots of Japanese players,
Mm-hmm.
lots of them.
It makes sense. I mean, this is a Japanese game overall, through and through, and which I like. I know a lot of the fellow Americans wish there was more focus on America, but it is a Japanese game, and I love it because I am a Initial D JDM just enthusiast. So the more quirky little four cylinders we can get in the game, the better, in my opinion.
So, all right. So surprisingly, that's actually not the reason why there's a bunch of Japanese races there.
No.
It's because who's in the Oceania lobbies.
Mm.
That's why. So I was hoping, with knowing the reason why they got in, I think it's about time that some Americans step up and we dominate our lobbies.
Yeah.
The problem that we have is there are a lot of fast guys. Like you have guys like Haywood, guys like Heck, uh, uh, guys like Windfire, even some Canadians like Lester. And I agree, Shaggy. I actually like Lester. He's an extremely cool person. Uh, who else is there? There's Reginald. I have a couple of World Tour drivers on my friends list, and there's a few of them that are really cool. But I think it's time that hopefully we can start getting some representation out there, more representation.
Mm-hmm.
We have Dino. Dino drives for Genesis. Coincidentally, so does Windfire, and we got to start. We got to start stacking these lobbies up and getting some American flags on those podiums. I mean, the last champion we had, I think, was D Salas.
Mm.
He's a double champ. All right, we have these guys starting. Speed bump says, "There
Just
I was
speed bump.
minding my own bit." Oh, he says, "There I was minding my own business,"
And I got rear-ended.
and speed bump is in the NSX.
Group 3 NSX, fun car. I like it. I don't use it very often because I tend, if I'm going to go MR, I'm going to go the Porsche or the Ferrari. But the NSX is a great option for the MR cars.
I haven't really driven the NSX much. I do know one thing. Should anyone end up in top split lobbies, the NSX may be the fastest way to make the GTWS because Gallo drives it.
Mm.
He drives in a very awkward position, third person.
Mm-hmm.
Weird.
Yep, I know a couple drivers. Lead Pencil's one of those who drives. Third person
Yes.
makes sense when you use a controller, but when you use the wheel, it messes me up. But
Yeah.
to each their own, and these are quick. I mean, clearly quick drivers. They're able to make it work. So you just
If it
do
ain't
what
broke,
works
don't
for
fix
you.
it.
Exactly. Do you, and you'll be just fine.
Hey, you guys.
Hey,
Want to stop real quick and say hi?
GG's, sir.
Congratulations.
Oh, honestly, I was a little disappointed in that I hit the grass there on that final turn onto the straight. I lost, God, probably a second and a half. I feel like I had a sub 8 going
It's funny
until that
because
one mistake.
if you look through the chat, I predicted you to run a 759.
Yep, I did a 759 earlier today, and I did a 758 just before we hopped in, so I figured I was ready, but one mistake.
You're right there on the bubble. You're right there on the bubble.
Well, I'm pretty sure someone's gonna drop a sub 8 in here, so I'm pretty sure I'll be in split 2.
Maybe, maybe not. I mean, there are a lot of drivers left. How many drivers do we have left?
Well, so far
Are
that
we-
are registered or signed up, that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, about 20. About
about 20
20.
left.
But we've had several drivers hop in today that weren't previously on the list, so we will see. And
Speaking of that,
some of these
let's see
drivers,
if
yeah,
we can get Plaka to sign up.
we do need to get Plaka. Mr. Production.
He's not currently streaming. I'll check to see if he's online.
Would
I'd
love to
love to
see.
get Plaka and Mullet because I'm pretty sure both of them would go Corvette. That'd be great for Team Corvette.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Mullet around lately.
The liveries are looking great, Sal, for Team Corvette. Well done.
Did you like those?
Yeah.
Where is Mullet? Is Mullet okay?
I haven't heard from him in quite a while.
Neither have I.
I know last time when he had came back, he gave a filler in to explain why he had been gone. It was around the time they all left the GSR racing team, which coincidentally Ciro was part of.
Mm,
Yeah, Ciro was GSR.
that's right.
He's with Distinct now.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to bounce. I just wanted to stop in and at least say hi, see how the broadcast was going. I got some things to do tonight, so
Thank you, sir.
Take care, man.
Well done.
good luck
care.
with everything.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good luck with you. I'm hoping that you stay in top split.
Yeah.
Well, so do I.
Me too.
You're one of the guys I'd love. I haven't seen you on track in a while. I'd love to get a chance to battle out with everyone.
Absolutely. All
I'm-
right. Well, take it easy. We'll talk to you guys some more tomorrow.
All right.
Gotcha.
Later, Sal.
Later.
I have a theory, and I'm going to do this formally. Hey Jorge, I'm doing this for this is for me to you, Jorge. How about during the race? The first race is tomorrow, correct?
Yeah. Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, first race. How about me and you start from the back, Jorge?
Ooh. Ooh. Brr. Jorge getting called out. Start from the back. Who can make up the most positions on a track that is notoriously difficult to overtake on? And in the wet, because it will be wet when y'all start.
Oh yeah. I'm not looking forward to see who makes up the most position. I'm looking to see who wins.
Love it. I love it.
I'm not here racing for second place. Second place is the first loser, Jorge.
What was that old thing? First is the worst, second is the best, last is the one with the treasure chest, something like that. I don't think that's real. That sounds like some childish BS right there.
Yeah, I've never heard that before.
Yeah.
He did that for qualifying. Papa's practice. Just put the shot on my car. What's going? Oh, I think someone said Mullet might make a guest appearance.
Ooh, would love to see it.
Yeah, I'd love to see Mullet back on the track. I've been excited to see KP back on the track a lot recently. KP's been missing as well, but he's been back on the track, which is amazing. It's always like they're true aliens running around, and it's always a good thing when you have a rapport with them and you get to see them back on the track after a while.
Yep.
And this goes for every member of PHG. You end up in a lobby and you see KP. Type in the chat, KP, don't do this. It cracks him up.
Don't do it.
Yeah, don't do this.
Don't do this. Nice.
Yeah, I tell him every time I see him, I tell him, hey, don't do this. He's an amazing racer.
It's wild, like, just how good people are. And it's a variety of equipment. controller wheel, different types of wheel, different types of pedals, all that stuff. It's just, I mean, some people have a natural talent and some people put in a lot of work, or both, and it's a lot of fun to see.
Yeah. I actually changed the wheel I'm using depending on the car to help my mind deal with the changes in VR.
Oh yeah. What's your setup? What are you using?
Oh, I'm on the Fanatec DD Pro. I have it stacked on a GT Omega Prime Lite.
Okay.
I'm currently using the Fanatec McLaren GT3
Yeah.
and PlayStation VR 2.
Nice. That's awesome. I was debating whether to get the McLaren wheel or what I went with, which was the R300 with the V2 hub. And the only reason I went with that over the McLaren, which I still want to get, is because I typically drive road cars more than I drive GT cars. But I want to get that McLaren wheel for when I'm doing Group 3 and above racing. But I do love the R300. I've used VR and I love it, but as a streamer, I'm hesitant to switch, just as far as streaming in VR isn't always the best.
It's complicated.
Yeah.
It's complicated.
I think
Yeah,
RL 9010, he's been in chat
Yeah.
tonight. RL does a great job streaming
yeah,
in VR.
I watch him. He has a lot of cameras everywhere.
That's his job. If you didn't know, he's like he's a CEO of some type of tech camera company, and so like cameras are his thing, and which explains why he has, I think 5 or 6 cameras set up for his streams. But he does a great job, and I love the googly eyes and eyebrows he puts on his VR
Yes,
goggles.
Jeff Gordon with the big dono.
Oh,
Yes.
Jeff's also man, thank you
VR
so
crew.
much. Yeah. He's a VR crew. Big time. Regular over at my channel. Thank you so much, Jeff. We do appreciate that. It's funny, his name is
Definitely.
Jeff Gordon, but he's not the NASCAR Jeff Gordon.
He's not the Jeff Gordon.
No.
He is for us.
Yes.
That's all that matters.
And if you have any questions about AI, he's the man to ask, because that's his job.
Jeff or RL?
Jeff is AI, RL is cameras.
Gotcha. Oh, that's really dope. Practicing in this herd. Were you speaking of Sparks? I don't believe anyone mentioned Sparks.
No. We weren't talking about Sparks. But Sparks is a great driver, for sure.
Yeah, Sparks Theory is amazing. Thank you. If that's who we're talking about, Sparks Theory is amazing, and he's a very good guy. Is this Ice Corner, I believe? I forgot the name of this one.
I'll take your word for it. Because I can't remember. Coming into the long right-hander.
Into the foxhole.
Yep. He's looking smooth. I mean, I haven't heard any tires squealing. It's been clean thus far. He's still got half the way to go, and it's all challenging from here on out.
All right, he's coming up against the last sector. Let's see what his time is.
This part's so tricky. Gotta get the car slowed down. He does a great job. 3:06.798. You're the expert on this, Pyro. What are we looking at, lap time wise?
Possibly 8:09, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe 8:10.
Which is, I mean, that'll put him solidly in the second split for sure. We got a lot of 8:10 drivers.
We'll see how the rest come out, but you pretty much want to be sub 3 minutes there. You want to be sub 3 minutes there.
Gotcha.
There's another one coming after this point. No, this, yeah,
There
right
it
here,
is.
and then yeah, and then he's heading towards Mickey Lauda curb. Uh, I think after Mickey Lauda curb is where we get the next sector.
And it looks like the NSX does pretty good on the curbs. He's hasn't been shy as far as driving up on the curbs. I know some of the cars get really unsettled. As you see right there, he clobbers that apex. Seems not to
Yeah,
be causing too much of an issue.
I actually try to stay away from the apex on that corner. Want to get near it, but not on it. Uh, the next big turn we have up here is Bravery Corner. This is surprisingly important because this is where a lot of accidents happen, where a
Yeah,
lot of people go off.
you're trying to carry all that speed, keeping it pinned. You see a slight lift there, big lift on
And
the
he break.
brakes.
Oh, that's yeah.
Yeah, yep.
We
That
may be looking at around an 815, 812 maybe, above eight. It's definitely going to be above 8 minutes and 10 seconds here. Coming out of the carousel, he'll be approaching the gardens.
Let's see how he does this carousel here. We were
Yeah.
talking about it earlier. You feel like you're going so slow, but it is fastest. He kind of straddles it a little. Not the smoothest, but he keeps it in there and gets on the throttle quickly on the exit.
So something interesting about this track is this has the highest elevation changes as far as track goes, and he's just now entering the highest point of the track.
Just constantly going uphill until you're going back downhill.
Yeah. I believe the elevation changes on this track is even bigger than the ones.
I'm trying to think. You got Spa, you got Mount Panorama, are the two big elevation changes that come off the top of my head.
Yeah. And what's amazing is this is the biggest.
Wow. I mean, it's so huge, it makes sense because it doesn't have to be a mountain like Mount Panorama is. It can just be the gradual steep of the countryside, and that's literally what the Nürburgring is a, I don't even know if you can call it a racetrack, but a crazy road to go all the way around this little town. It gets a little air there on the brakes.
Yeah. Jeff Gordon's calling at 817.
817 from Mr. Gordon. Place your bets, people. Place your bets. What's Speed Bump gonna do? Jeff Gordon has 817. Who's gonna be right? He's coming in such a long. He's gonna go into the second carousel, the mini carousel. Does it have a name?
The mini carousel.
Mini carousel. Perfect.
Followed by Gavin Goff, which is this turn here.
That's my biggest struggle. Is this right-hander? He seems secure. He keeps his foot down. Little lift, no brake.
I think Jeff Gordon may be right, or in the closest in the ballpark.
Long straight. Long and
Struggling
lonely.
to hit 164.
There we go. Right there at 164. Crest of the hill. The downhill will get him
165,
up. There we go.
166.
There we go. Almost 170. Not quite. And here's where you got to be very careful not to ruin all the work you've done. We're already
8
at
minutes and 20
8:14.
seconds. Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh. Sorry, Jeff. 8:17 is not it.
824.
824.340.
Well done, Speed Bump.
824.340. Where does that put you overall, Speed Bump? Overall, that puts him P36, just behind Nasty, who we saw earlier. And Nasty is the reason Speed Bump is going again. Nasty had an 824.326. Speed bump with an 824.340.
Well done, Mr. Speed Bump.
And that's all, folks, for that one. We still got over 2 more hours of Nürburgring qualifying fun. If y'all ready to go, I know Vetterdan, you've been practicing. Get your butt over here. A lot of drivers. Let's get this done.
A little message to Shaggy.
Feel
I
free.
I crashed during my lap.
Yeah.
It was awful.
That's terrible, but you still, I mean, even with that crash, you still got under 8 minutes, which is super impressive.
Bless you.
The 757.931 from our very own Pyro.
I think I could have maybe half a second. I was fortunate enough to be able to keep it on, but I actually went off track twice towards the end, and at Gavin Golf I went off, and I didn't go off at the Gardens. I went off somewhere else. I may have saved my lap.
All right, we're going to take a very quick break. I'm going to step away for a second, and we will be right back for more qualifying. The lobby is up, so please join the lobby, and we will be right back.
Wheels burn on the track. PHG is where it's at. Roads long and winding, but our team's always grinding. Underneath the starry sky, engines roar, we fly. Sweat beading on our brow. Teamwork's the key right now. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane, victories in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane, victory's in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. like a gift, speeding down the lane. Victor's in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PHG forever, crossing the line. Wheels burn on the track. PHG is where it's at. Roads long and winding, but our team's always grinding. Underneath the starry sky, engines roar, we fly. Sweat beading on our brow. Teamwork's the key right now. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift, speeding down the lane. Victories in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift, speeding down the lane. Victor's in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane. Victor's in our...
And we are back. I needed to eat a little bit of food because we still have 2 more hours to go, believe it or not, assuming we have drivers showing up. And currently we do have a driver who has shown up, and that is PHG Ecstasy. He is rocking the McLaren, which will be the 3rd McLaren driver we have, along with Papa and where are you there? We were just talking about it.
It was Papa and I forget who.
There it is.
Who the other?
Fast Cougar.
Yeah.
In the McLaren. Now we have PHG SSC, who's a great driver. I enjoy the times I get to race against SSC. Quite a lot of fun.
I had an interesting battle with SSC. Very interesting one.
Interesting.
Yes.
Very, very interesting. Now, you were just telling me you are racing right now in the Supra, which is not the one you picked. Supra seems to be pretty good on tire wear.
Oh, wow. He killed the lobby. Yeah, it seemed pretty good. I wanted to see what the lap time was going to be. Think it would have been pretty decent. I may even have been faster in the Supra than the Genesis.
And that is PHG Yeti joining the lobby. Let me make sure I have them on my list here.
GZR Gears is
Geezer
he has a
Gears.
practice. Yeah, he has a lobby open, a practice lobby. If anyone wants to get some practice in before
the next go. And that is, for those who don't know, Geezer Gears is Turtle Shell.
oh,
Yeah.
turtle.
Let's see, what's PHG Yeti gonna pick? He is from the Canada. So I fill out
Canada?
the Canada. He's Canadian, eh? Fill out my little Excel spreadsheet to make sure we are keeping track of everything. I know Shaggy is keeping track, but it's good to have our
Everything
T's.
on hand as well.
Exactly. Our T's and our P's and Q's.
T's.
T's and I's.
Like to have your T's crossed and
There
your
we
I's
go.
dotted.
There we go. What he said. And Yeti is in the Lamborghini. So we have our second Lamborghini driver here to join McNaughty. That's fun.
That's whose lobby I was just in. It was Yeti's lobby.
Yeti's lobby. That makes sense why it ended.
Yes, it does.
It's all coming together now. So we get the joy of watching the outlap. The longest outlap in the entire game.
Yeah, PD really needs to fix that.
It'd be nice if you could do the little cut like they do in real life, right before you enter the
Yes.
Nordschleifer, if you could just cut back around to then start your lap. Looks like McNervy just joined the lobby, so we'll get them in the next round.
What I do see with that is your lap starting off a bit slower.
Yeah, you don't
But-
have quite the run.
Momentum, yeah.
But not by much.
Yeah, but also it would also give you a good opportunity for that third lap.
Oh, yes, indeed. Because then you could do a flyer and then cut back around and try to do one more. I like the Gundam wing livery we got going on here from SSC. If you are a Gundam fan, PHG the A team, looking nice. Let's see what Yeti's rocking here. Just a nice blue 333. Do we have any other 333s? Need to look at that. Very nice looking Lamborghini. That's for sure. Yeah, it looks like Jorge Sr. has taken the 333. So that will not be the official number of Yeti.
No, no, I thought he picked it by mistake. He said, I believe there's something about it in the chat. I'm not.
Gotcha.
I'm in the Discord.
We'll let Sal handle that. he can take care of the numbers. I'm doing my best to update the spreadsheet.
Make sure you have all the cars and times.
Yeti and Mr. Ormonde just joined the lobby as well. So that's another. They're just filing in. We're slowly filling up the times. Currently have 59 drivers on the sheet, and only 41 of them have set a time. So right now we got SSC and Yeti working on setting that time. We'll go back up to SSC. Again, these outlaps, they are a bit on the boring side. And Shaggy Doo.
Welcome in, Shaggy.
Is back. How was that, Alfredo?
I think I ate too much of it. Yeah, family size is just me size, but I always eat too much of it.
I know the feeling.
Yeah.
I really hate being full. Like, I do not like to be full. And here in...
Love to go through the process of being full, though.
It's like, I want to eat... I usually eat less than maybe I should. And it's like, I'll eat more later if I get hungry. But I really don't like that feeling of just being stuffed.
I was talking about Mr. Armand. He will be making a qualifying run. I told him he could. He won't be able to make any of the races because there's a lot going on.
Gotcha.
With this week, with different things and all. And just to see what he could get, you know, see where he could stand and get an idea. Like a what if kind of deal. You never know, he might be able to make it.
Yeah,
so
just in
I'll
case.
have it recorded just in case.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah, it's always good. And just to see where you stack up, and even if you can't make the race, make sure everybody knows where you're at. You know, he could set a super fast time and put everybody on watch.
Put everyone on notice.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Right. Make Jorge realize that he's slacking, you know, and needs to step it up.
Step your game up.
Let's see how Jorge reacts to the challenge that was issued to him. Hey, Leo, welcome in.
Leo, Las Vegas.
Wow, Leo, man, on the loose.
Yeah. Been here. Been watching.
Who let you out?
I don't know. I kind of escaped.
Wasn't me.
That's my line.
It was Julie. Now that was Julie. Any
There we go.
what is that movie? Rocket Man? Great movie. Great movie.
I was getting dinner set up for everybody, so
What is everybody having for dinner?
teriyaki chicken and rice.
Ooh, that sounds yummy.
Yes.
That sounds better than my spaghetti.
Can you send me a
I don't know. Spaghetti's hard to beat. I ain't gonna lie.
Spaghetti's top 5. All right, I want to see what kind of lap I can set with this Supra. I think I should have did this. I should have raced with the Supra this race, but should have made that my manufacturer. I haven't seen many of them on track.
Yeah, I haven't seen too many of them either.
A lot of drivers did make their selection of manufacturer based on this track, and it's not the best thing in the world to do that. Though this tests pretty much everything your car can do. But at the same time, you just might not like this track, and it might kind of set a precedent to where you go to other tracks, and it might be good here. And
Stuck with a
it's
bad
not gonna
manufacturer.
perform. Yeah, it's not going to perform when you go to the others.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
I bet you if I started with Interlagos in Group 4, nobody would have picked BMW.
Yeah.
I mean, they might, but
Jorge would have picked BMW.
hopeful thinking.
BMW EU.
Break my wallet.
Break my wallet. That's funny. I have a buddy who has I don't know, it's probably a good 6 years old now, but BMW M4, and I got to drive it a year or so ago, and it was quite a lot of fun. But I'm pretty sure he paid the same amount when he bought it that I paid for my house at the time. So it's a whole different story. I got bedrooms and bathrooms.
We have two of the new 780s on my where I live.
Ooh.
Those things are they're huge.
Mm-hmm.
They're almost around the size of a Rolls Royce.
Don't they share a bunch of stuff with the Rolls? I think they do.
Maybe the TVs they put in them.
Yeah.
The TV comes down from the sunroof.
That's crazy.
Yes, it is.
What's the big BMW SUV now? There's a big M. It's crazy huge.
Oh.
I saw one recently and was like, holy cow, that is insane.
I can't remember.
BMW's insane in general.
I love these
not a
new
big
M4s. The big beaver tooth. Like I'm for it. I think
keep getting bigger.
I think it's good
with every generation.
But you can still get yourself a little M2 competition. You know.
Yep.
Get a fake Supra, which isn't as good as the Supra and the Z4. You might as well get the Supra. It's better, but you can't put the top down.
And it's probably cheaper.
Oh, it is. It's faster, cheaper. The only difference is you can't put the top down, and for some people, that's what they want. Which I don't blame them. Now that I have my MX-5, I was never a convertible guy, but now that I have my little NC Miata, dude, I don't use my motorcycle at all anymore. I'm thinking about selling it just because the MX-5 satisfies that same close to the ground, head in the wind thing that the motorcycle did for
Hair
me.
blowing in the wind.
For me, it's more the beard blowing. You know, it splits it right down the middle. Whips me in the face. I got to start keeping a hair tie in the car so I can keep my beard under control. SSC's looking smooth. Little tire squeal here as we go through the Mercedes-Benz stadium section. And then he has to remember to turn right. Don't go straight, turn right. He does that. And back on the throttle. I love this little section right here. This left and right is one of my favorite parts. You can abuse the curbs. You can, it's less braking and more throttle control on that second portion. Little dip in the gravel. Get the long straight with the kink.
Oh.
And into the lesser of the chicanes. Handles that well. Coming on to the Nord. Keeps it under control. It is a little awkward right there, but I think with the MR, it's a little more stable. Using some of that curb on the exit. You'd think it, but it's not always the truth.
I mean, loose is fast, but Jeez. Sometimes it gets a little too much. The back tires decide they want to go in a different direction than forward.
So as three drivers who have done this track for this qualifying, we're gonna start with Leo, but I wanna hear from all three of you. What is your favorite part of this track, Leo?
What is my favorite part of this track?
Yeah, is there a section or a combo of corners or one single corner that you like over all of it?
The straight.
Yeah, there we go. That's why I started with Leo. I knew he was going to say that because that's what I would say too. And Leo and I think alike. So
Yeah.
Leo picks the straight. Shaggy, what about you?
Everything from the first carousel to the mini carousel.
Okay.
That whole section, I don't know, it's just like, I'm a fan of flow.
Yeah.
Like real flowy tracks where it's just connecting corners and you mess up one corner and it blows the next 3 or 4. Like there's another tracks like that, and that's the ones I love. Like it's like with Suzuka with the S's, just flow and flow and flow. A topless, it's corner after corner. Catalunya, corner after corner.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a combination of everything through that section.
Yeah.
One, wrong little adjustment, and Barrier is everywhere.
You know what, Shaggy? I'm gonna have to agree with you. The Gardens is definitely my favorite section of the track. Once you come out of,
sure what it's called.
yeah, it's the Gardens. Once you come out of the big carousel and you head up to from the elevation change, because coming out of the carousel, you immediately go into the highest point of the track, and this track has the highest elevation change of any track in the world, and everything from there is down the mountain, and then it's light braking. There's not much braking that goes until right before the carousel.
Yeah,
and
just little
again,
adjustments here and there.
yeah, and it's all about how well you flow with the track, how well you can just connect everything together. From YouTube Corner down to Gavin Golf is just amazing. It's where you have to be in rhythm. It's in rhythm. It's almost like the long version of doing the dance down Mount Panorama.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only thing I don't like is that downhill where you can catch a little air. The Ferrari was wanting to get airborne when you would hit the just that little bit, and I had to ease into it, kind of like match the rhythm. Otherwise, the car would be trying to lift off.
I know exactly where you are, and you know what? I love that because the Genesis is a big, heavy car, so it's a place where I have a good advantage there to gain lost time on other people. The weight of the Genesis keeps it down.
Yeah, I was wondering if anybody else was like having that problem. I figured the big, heavier cars would be able to stay more glued to the track. Ferrari's pretty light, as far as how free it is.
As SSC nails that carousel, that looked really good. That looked really good.
Yeah, a little bit of a stumble before that, but he kept it going forward.
Let's see how Yeti handles it. Drops in. Not quite as smooth. Yeah. We'll say SSC gets the win on the carousel. That's for sure. And I saw Talon. I agree, Talon. Coda needs to be in this game because Coda is such a flowy track. It has aspects of Suzuka. It has aspects of Spa. It has aspects of Catalunya. It really does have a lot to offer. And it's a proper European style, really, because like you look at Road Atlanta or Watkins Glen, and it has that rough and tumble American vibe. But Circuit of the Americas is like a smooth, proper built racetrack, and would love to see it in this game.
It is based off of like 4 or 5 different other tracks, other famous tracks. It's like innovations from each one to build the perfect track. Like you see all the time when they'll have like YouTube videos and they'll be talking to an F1 driver. Like I saw one with Carlos Sainz and
Yeah.
Leclerc, and it was like
Build the
build
perfect
your
track.
favorite track.
Yeah.
They put everything together. It took a little bit of Suzuka, and especially with the S's, you can add it to any track, and I'm happy. Just build it, and this is pretty much like a Build-A-Bear track right here.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm certain I don't know, they were probably just like, let's just add another corner here, and another corner,
And
and
here, yeah.
like it's DJ Khaled, and another one.
Another
So the
one.
story,
What about
the
150
story,
times?
What's the story, Pyro?
yeah. So the story of why they built this track is actually it actually goes why they specify like improving the track goes back to the effects of World War II, if I'm not World War One, sorry.
Yeah.
Where they said, you know what, we're gonna find a way to help us generate some revenue again, and they like focused in on making this large racetrack a tourist attraction. And even if you look at Yeti in the right hand corner, you'll see the castle up there.
Yep.
Like even like everything about it was designed for them to make money from it, which is why coincidentally Yeti just drove past a place where you have to pay to get on the track.
Yep. Yep. Gotta pay.
They Germaneered the hell out of this track.
Germaneered. I like that. I like that. That's funny. And S to C across the line with an 806.980. Let me update the time sheet as Yeti is now coming across.
804.133.
Solid second split times right now.
Yeah.
I'll say another track they should add is the Charlotte
Silverstone?
Oval and the Roval.
The Roval. Yeah.
Yeah. That'd be a blast.
It-
Just to give us another oval.
Yeah. GT7
And-
could use another oval for sure.
And Charlotte's not
What was
bad.
it? 806 point what? Did somebody...
806 point. Hold on, I can tell you now. 1 second. 806.980.
Alright, so that's an 804.133 for Yeti and an 806.980. And that's going to put Yeti and P19 in between Zilla and Turbo. And then who did we have? S to C and P23 right in between Papa and you, Leo. And it looks like we have
That doesn't.
McNervy, Craig, Old Man Pip. I thought we had Hector in here, but he seems to have left.
Somehow S to C being between me and Papa does not surprise me. Me and S to C go back and forth sometimes. Actually, was it last season? It was last season, or the exhibition. Me and him had a great race at Red Bull Ring.
Alright, we don't have...
I can't remember.
I'm going to add
What's
McNervy to this. McNervy, PHG.
Yeah. So from looking in the chat, from what I see, Jorge has his chicken poop. He's scared.
Oh! Chicken! Chicken!
Or hey,
That's
you know
okay.
it's bad when Pyro got on here just to call you out. I don't even think he's
The
here
whole
for commentary. I think he's just here to,
Hold up.
to talk it up for a bit.
All right. So he admitted he's terrified. In fact, that's fine. Okay. So
Terrified.
Jorge's my teammate in the what is it, the S7R races?
Oh,
believe.
yeah.
Yeah, Jorge got me to join up, and I expect us to go in there and represent PHG the best way we know how. But in the meantime, I'm gonna pick on him every chance I get.
Oh, y'all got a clean house. I guarantee it.
Got
Alright,
should be a lot of
Johnny
fun, though.
Boy.
I really wanted to join up with y'all, but I got too much going on with this.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have the time.
You're man, and we're all grateful for the effort you put into this.
Yeah.
This is this is really a fabulous thing you did here.
I just want to do everything that PD won't.
Yeah, with
Or
the exception
isn't.
of the Group 4 races, you know. No one.
Well, hey, at least mine have strategy. Come on.
There we go. There we go.
You were
And it's
better
not
off putting
always
us.
hard tires.
You were
Jeez.
better off
True.
putting us in carts. The
That can
kart
happen.
racing would have been better.
Whoa, and I'm watching McNervy practice.
Uh-oh.
Making sure I got everybody added here to the old spreadsheet.
Ooh, stay blessed and stay nervy. Ooh, RSO1. Okay.
Johnny Boy, what? That's
McNervy's
not a Genesis.
in the Hyundai.
He's in the Hyundai like Sunday. I am a huge fan of Hyundai, Kia, Genesis, all of the above. So
Indeed.
I drive one of the new Sonatas. Is my
Ooh, the new Sonata is nice. I have the Santa Cruz, the
I have
the pickup.
I know. I'm familiar. I have I have the one underneath the limited, the what is it, the SEL Premium Plus
Yeah.
with the luxury package. It is amazing.
Those are so
Ambient-
nice. Those are
Ambient
so
lights
nice.
everywhere. Yeah.
It's crazy, and you get all that for half the price of a Camry.
Yeah, I can start it with my watch, with my Apple Watch.
It's so good. I love
That's
it.
crazy.
I'm a big fan. So for those who don't know, I buy cars for used car dealerships, and I fell in love with Hyundai back in 2013 when I found out how much you got for the money.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're very nice. Very nice.
And then their inline is absolutely dominating TCR. Like the Elantra N and the Veloster N and Rally Car is also just absolutely solid. Renault, that's what Old Man Pip, he's the only Renault driver?
RSO1, yes he is.
Making
Also
sure.
got a Genesis, not
A Hyundai.
yeah.
Hyundai. Before
When this car came
Before the
out,
Switch.
so I just started working for the dealership I work for when this car came out, and I bought a 2-liter turbo. I didn't buy the 3.8, and I took it for a spin, and I was like, "This is amazing." And then, I mean, 8 years later, I bought the 3.8 liter V6, and I was like, "Holy cow! This is a monster." It is a monster. It blew Infiniti, it blew Lexus out of the water with this coupe. It was,
sadly the internals were made of glass,
well, yeah,
so you can't boost them.
it's okay.
I know. I know.
It's okay.
It's good the way it is.
But now
actually
with the
excellent.
Genesis, you got the 3.3 liter turbo. Like, that thing's nuts. And same with the Kia Stinger. Which would be fun
yeah.
to see the Stinger in this game as the road car. Doesn't need to be a Group 3, but to get...
The Stinger GT or
Yeah.
even the K5.
Yep. Ooh.
Those are
Good thing
there's
this is
people-
the outlap.
Like, one thing about New York City is you see such a vast variety of different cars out here.
Mm-hmm.
We see, like, I see everything from Urus's parked outside all the time. I like to take photos of them. I've seen here, I can see if I can post it in the Discord. If
You
I
can put it
find
in
on
the
my
chat
phone.
in the top right hand corner.
Yeah, I got pictures of Godzilla parked in front of I was picking on my son, and it was full on right hand drive,
Hell yeah.
just there with like the wrap was like thunder. I'm like, whoa.
That's awesome.
I've seen I've seen everything except for what I want to see, which is the McLaren F1, the greatest car ever made.
Yeah. That's one thing, like, with my job, I go to auctions and stuff, and, like, especially the auction I go to in Florida, like, I'll just go and get in all the supercars and start them up just to sit in them. Like, I don't drive them, but, like, McLaren 650s, 720s, you know, the AMGs, the M's, the Lambos, Aventadors, all those. And then every now and again they'll have classics, either classic American or classic JDM, like a 70s Toyota, stuff like that. And it's like, holy cow, this is so cool. Cars are just cool, and that's why we're all here. You want a 720S, Jeff? All right, go ahead and mail me a check for twice the amount, and I'll make it happen.
Sounds like you're having a few problems there with your audio, TK. I thought I was listening to Pain for a second.
Wait, what?
What's happening with yours as well?
Oh no, we're having audio
I
issues.
think we're all doing it. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it was sounding clear until you started. Yeah,
Wasn't me.
wasn't me.
I didn't do it.
The joys of streaming. Y'all can just deal with it.
Let's start singing that. It's auto tune.
Auto tune. I am like T-Pain. I'ma buy you a drink, oh, I'ma take you home with me. Got to see T-Pain live recently because the Final Four was in San Antonio, and I went and saw my boy T-Pain, who actually lives up the street from my parents, and I was super stoked. It was awesome, and it was free.
He's sim races.
Yeah, he sim races. He streams.
He
Dude,
drifts. Yeah.
He's
an
got
amazing setup too.
He's got a real drift. He actually just upgraded his drift car. He's competing in drift challenges. T-Pain, he's the man. If you don't know, now you know.
Right?
Yeah, he has a room that has like 7 different sim racing setups.
Dude, T-Pain is so cool. Freaking love T-Pain.
Definitely gives more respect to him.
And
For him and stuff like that, yeah. It's like he's not just what you know him for. It's like he's so much more.
well, and he can sing too. Like his Tiny Desk, that's one of the best Tiny Desks
Oh
ever.
yeah, I watched that.
Dude, it's so good. And then his cover album he did where he does like War Pigs and Whiskey River.
Ooh.
Dude, T-Pain's the man. If you don't know,
Yeah.
again, now you know.
I love covers, so yes. But most of the time it's like a metal band doing like a rap cover or something.
Ooh, Sum 41 and Ludacris get back. I mean, this goes back to 2005. Dude, Sum 41 and Ludacris is phenomenal. Look that up if you haven't already.
Like
I'm gonna
CBR
have to
has
do
entered
that.
the room.
Oh.
You gonna eat your cornbread? You can't have my cornbread. Great movie right there, Life. If you haven't seen it, go check it out.
Oh yeah. Hilarious.
Classic.
It's so funny. That was like that's a TNT special. I like when I was in middle and high school, like TNT played Life every day, it seemed like. It was like Life and Fifth Element all day.
Yep.
Classics.
All
I also did
All day.
Lilu.
marathons of. Well, I want to say I watched a lot of Star Wars on there.
Yeah, a lot of Star Wars. Oh yeah, Jeff. Keanu Reeves is been doing the GR86 races, and Frankie Muniz has been doing the Mustang challenge with WEC, as well as some NASCAR stuff. So we got several celebrities. Michael Fassbender, he does some racing.
Le Mans. The Porsche 911s, I think he was.
Who's the doctor from Grey's Anatomy? McDreamy or Mick?
Yeah.
He does racing.
That was pretty cool.
It's fun to see these, and that's what it takes. Like, it's hard for us average people who, we have a job or whatever. Like, racing's expensive, but it's cool to see these, celebrities who have expendable
The means to
income.
do it.
Yeah, and they're like, hell yeah, I want to race. I don't care what it's in. And you got, Keanu Reeves battling Dude Perfect or whatever it was. And the GR86. It's fun to see.
I think Frankie did good in ARCA for the team he was with. He was underfunded. He was basically trying to get sponsorship every time he would have the camera in front of him. He was like, "Hey, please donate to the team," because even though he's a millionaire, a lot of those teams still take a lot of money to run.
Oh yeah.
Just to compete in ARCA, it's very broken because you'll have cup teams that'll have, development drivers in there in the best equipment, the best ride, and Frankie's in there with like no sponsor in a car that barely runs half the time.
Mm-hmm.
But now he's in the trucks with an underfunded team, basically the same thing. If he finishes top 20, that's a win for him.
Yeah.
I can't find it. Like, I can find the C8 photos. I can't find this though. Of a McLaren GT video. Looking through some of the pictures there's so many car photos, man.
C Turbo thinks Frankie Muniz needs to give up. He did crash out when Turbo and I got to see Frankie drive at COTA for the Lone Star Le Mans series in the Mustang Challenge, and yeah, he didn't finish. And he packed up early. We tried to get to his trailer before he left, and he was gone by the time we got there. So
He stays busy though, so he's not just there. He's probably going.
yeah,
on
he's
to
in
one of
multiple
those-
series.
Yeah,
And you know what?
he could be going.
He's built for race car driving because he's not a big guy. He's short. He's light. Like, he's built
Yeah.
to be, Keanu Reeves and Michael Fassbender, they're a bit bigger in stature.
I
And
think
it's
split or shorter is about where you want to be. And Frankie's what 5'4" maybe.
yeah, he's well south of 6 feet, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I was always jealous of Frankie because he got to be in a movie with Hilary Duff, who is my childhood crush. Hilary Duff, if you're listening, I love you.
Yes, Hillary back in the day. Oh yeah.
Currently, still, not just back in the day, as of right now.
There's some that
Hit me up.
like,
Hit me up.
Where'd the first date be?
Whatever the fuck she wants to do, man. I'm game.
It doesn't matter.
Don't
It doesn't
matter.
matter.
No, we going to a racetrack to watch Frankie Muniz. Be like, look at him. He sucks. He sucks at racing. You
But
kissed
you're
him
here.
in a movie. Look at me. Classic.
He gave up all of that for this.
For this. So, who is this Craig fella? Does anybody know Craig? He was on the list.
No clue.
Maybe one of our new recruits, and I can't remember off the top of my head.
Gotcha. Great job, Leo.
Hold on. There's been a lot of people.
Uh-huh. We'll need somebody to clean up this spreadsheet because I've been putting no unless they have PHG next to their name. He could very well be PHG. Good looking Porsche. I like the color scheme, the white, black, and blue. Very nice.
Well, the spreadsheet might be a mess. I'll have it all updated and good tonight with some modifications to some drivers that can't race on Friday or can't race on Saturday, and they need to be in a different, lower split. So we'll have all that up after everybody comes in.
Right on. So we got 2 Porsche drivers with Ormonde and Craig. Then we got McNervy in the Hyundai.
Yeah.
Old Man Pip in the Renault.
Surprisingly,
And
the first
Johnny Boy in the Dr. Pepper, which Papa did want to point out that that's not Mountain Dew. And yeah, you're right. That is not Mountain Dew. Ooh, as Johnny
Ooh.
Boy. Ouch. And that is on his
That is a
fire.
beautiful car there.
That is going to hurt him in the Lexus. Gonna definitely hinder his lap time. We'll go back up to Craig, who it looks like Mr. Armand is gaining on Craig. They weren't this close to each other. So it seems like Mr. Armand is definitely putting in a quicker time so far.
He did say he had run a sub 8 in practice, like pretty easily.
All right.
So Craig is someone that's interested in joining the team.
Okay.
Let me tell you, Craig, it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Been there, done that. You know what I'm saying? Uh-oh. But Armande is flashing the light saying, hey, Craig, move. Get out the way. And Craig runs wide.
Not that way.
And, he was trying to get out of the way, but that damaged his lap. Sorry, Craig. You hate to see it. As Mr. Armand plows through, no fault to Mr. Armand. Just a little issue from Craig. I don't know if he got thrown off guard or he heard his name and got distracted and the commentator's curse struck again. But we're here for you. Don't let this deter you away from joining PHG because we would love to have you. Ooh, I love that golf. Golf is...
Oh.
You know what? We talked about it earlier.
Saved it.
Keep it going the right direction. You're going to be okay. I got to say, the Gulf livery is the way to go, as I see now the pictures Pyro just put up. Dude, those Urises are so freaking cool. I've always been a hater on the luxury performance SUVs until the Lambo came out. And I was like, okay, I'll stop hating. I'll stop hating. That's cool.
There's a Lamborghini picture that's coming through. It's me sitting on an Aventador. It's a chromed out Aventador.
With the purple?
Or no? That's not purple. That's the inside door, yeah. Oh, it wasn't going through, and if you look at the door, you can see the reflection of a yellow Bentley.
Oh, I see that. Nice. That's awesome. Good stuff. Cars are cool. Cars are cool, y'all. If you didn't know, now you know. As we go through the mini carousel, Ormonde looking good. McNervy now caught up to Craig as they go through the mini carousel, and Craig's gonna... Uh-oh. There we go. McNervy gets by. Good sportsmanship from Craig. It's got to be frustrating. It's got to be frustrating.
I don't think he meant to make contact. He was just trying to stay his lane.
Yep.
And leave a little bit of room for McNervy to get by.
I agree.
Really tight right there.
It's got to be frustrating, though, because... You know, he knows his lap is completely ruined.
41. Oh, he's on a steamer.
Ormonde is flying.
Yeah, let's see. I think he's on a steamer. Oh, no, it's not. It's not. I thought it was going to be. Oh!
It's okay, though.
40.
He actually planned on not racing. He just wanted to see what he would get. So, thankfully, I think for his own idea, he's probably glad he's not racing because that's definitely not his best, I'm sure.
So it doesn't look like anyone here will set a sub 8 minute.
I think Ormonde had the chance.
I'm shocked by this. I expected the Johnny Boy to be able to do it, but he's a little behind schedule at the moment. Actually, he's a lot behind schedule at the moment.
Yeah, some bad luck.
It's the Dr. Pepper, like
Too much
Bootios.
Dr. Pepper.
Wait a minute, have you guys seen his livery?
Wait, what?
Johnny Boy's Beehive Racing livery. The Dr. Pepper livery.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Look at it at the side.
Hold on.
Right underneath, right by the wing.
Booties.
Bootios.
Bootios. That's that Breakfast of Champions.
Yes, it is.
All right, do you guys have times pulled up? Can you help me out here?
All right, I can help you out. We
Where are we
have
for Mr. Armande?
Mr. Armande is at a 806.178.
Okay. And then McNervy?
810.835.
Okay. Then Old Man Pip?
Old Man Pip is at 812.765.
5. And then we have Johnny Boy?
Correct. Johnny Boy's at 815.205.
And Craig.
Craig is at a 833.284.
All right, let me sort these. So, what we got Armande is the fastest of the 3 or the 4 with a 806, and that puts him P22, right between Plankton and Papa. McNervy with the 810, that puts him P27. Old Man Pip, P30. Johnny Boy, P35. And Craig, P43. Interesting. So our fastest driver tonight is Beans with a 7:57.8. So blistering time by Beans so far tonight. We still have 10 drivers who haven't qualified yet. So if you're around, hop in. We're ready for you. We got about an hour left.
Yeah, it's almost.
Looks like Wade CBR, Bovigito CBR.
And I think this will be my last qualifying session before I step out.
All right.
Okay.
So we have Geezer Gears, which is Turtle Shell. I know that. Where are you, Turtle Shell? Turtle.
What movie is that from?
Master of Disguise.
Master of Disguise.
Terrible movie. Hilarious line to quote. That movie was so bad, but
enough for the
turtle.
Oh my goodness.
I should have used the Nissan Super Silhouette.
Ooh, that would have been dope.
That would have been terrible.
All of what you like.
And Geezer Gears is in the Ferrari. And then who else? Wade? Do we have Wade?
I love that. He in the exhibition I ran Alpha. Wade also ran Alpha, and we ended up finishing second overall for the manufacturers.
We have another Genesis stepping in.
Yeah, Genesis is gonna be strong.
I think so. So Wade's also in the Ferrari USA. He's CBR. And he's in the Ferrari.
2 more Ferraris. I'll take it.
Prediction, I think it'll probably wind up being between Genesis and BMW.
For overall, yeah.
Got Hector in here, aka Speed Burner. PHG Speed Burner.
2 Ferraris in this lobby.
Yeah, Wade and Bobagito have proven they're
Like,
very fast.
like, hey.
So these are going to be, I say, sub 755.
Jiffy cornbread.
Definitely sub 8.
Speed Burner in the Porsche.
Am I currently the fastest Genesis on the track?
You are no.
No?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
you
he's
are.
the fastest Genesis fish.
The next one is Cole SPC with an 801. So you are definitely the fastest.
Let's see if Bobagito can take that off my hands.
Bobagito is quick. We saw that in NRL for sure. Geezer Gears, Wade.
The double antennas on the top of the Genesis look like reminds me of a bug.
There's Bobagito. I don't have to add him.
Oh, he's off.
Bobagito is USA, and he is in the Genesis, and he is CBR. All right, I got all the drivers added to the spreadsheet.
Let's go through this long outlap.
The longest of outlaps.
The only outlap.
The only outlap. Well, yeah. I like it. Speed Burner, using those A-Team colors. I see myself, I see Papa, I see Turbo, you know, representing his teammates. I was fortunate enough, Speed Burner, aka Hector, was supposed to join us for the Rolex 24 2025. He was driving from just south of Los Angeles all the way to Daytona. Halfway through is where I live in South Texas. We met up, had tacos, had a great lunch, and then he kept driving. He got to Houston, and that was when the crazy snowstorms happened. He got stuck in Houston and couldn't make it, and ended up just flying home. Or no, he waited and drove home. And
wow. I
see he has Turbo on the rear wing, who is the one who hosts our epic camping spot at Daytona. But I am excited because he messaged me. He bought tickets to the Lone Star Le Mans at Circuit of the Americas, so I will get to see him again in Austin for the Lone Star Le Mans, which is going to be fun. But Hector, great guy, really cool dude. And he's racing under the Mexican flag. I know he does plan to move back to Mexico in the future. So, really cool. Glad I've gotten to meet him and get to know him.
He's also a VR too.
Yeah. And he's a quick dude. He is quick.
Yeah, he is. That's for sure.
I wish we could fast forward these outlaps.
Yeah, right? Can
Me
we skip?
too.
Skip the ads.
Thanks a lot,
That's a dr-
Shaggy.
Need the remote from Click.
Yeah.
There you go.
No.
We just
No.
No,
You saw if
no.
you watch the end of the movie, you know it's bad.
Well, I know it's bad, but it's good for a little bit, and then it's bad. I didn't mean like do it for like 20 years of your life. I meant like 20 minutes of this.
Just now, but would it really be just now? That's the whole point of the movie. When you get that with great power comes great responsibility.
Skip
When
every
Principal
qualifying
Walken
session.
gives you a remote and tells you, you gotta do it.
You gotta
It's
do
okay.
it.
You gotta do it.
It's gonna be okay.
It needs more cowbell.
You can skip through the cowbell.
You guys knew what I see now. It's just awful. So I have a cat named Bentley. My cat named Bentley has time is doing terrible stuff.
Don't do that stuff, Bentley. Stop it. You stop that.
You cut that out.
Cut that out.
Take that out of there.
Cats are funny. Cats are funny.
Oh yeah, cats are hard. And see, they're all babying their tires.
So I'm being told that actually Turbo, which makes sense, this is a livery that C Turbo made a while back for the Porsche, and now Speedburner is using the Turbo livery, which makes a lot more sense now. Oh, what?
Oh.
No, he's fine. Okay. What was that?
Right.
He crashed but didn't.
This is fine. We're all fine.
We're fine.
It's okay.
Everybody's fine.
Yeah.
Are we really?
No, we're not.
No.
Track is on fire, but it's okay.
I'm gonna have PTSD.
And it looks like Wade is catching up to Bobagito. Now these are our teammates, and what we learned in season 1 is CBR rolls. They roll together. They work together. They have strategy. They have team effort. So I'm curious to see what Wade and Bobagito do here together.
There's no rules put in place for drafting with someone in qualifying, using that to your advantage. Like, that's what we're here. Like, it's something that you see in real life driving, especially with F1 at Monza. That's the name of the game for qualifying. They will find their teammate, or they will try to use someone else's slip, and a lot of times they'll be greedy and be like, nah, I'm going to slow down so you can't use it.
Yep. Move out of the way. Say no thank you. You'll see
Very,
it more
very
with
interesting.
engine providers like a Williams and a Mercedes, or a Ferrari and a Haas. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I'm super excited for Cadillac joining. That's going to be awesome to have a 21st or a 11th team and 22nd driver. Would love to see the rules allow for 12 teams. The rules allow for 24 drivers currently. So it would be great to see one more team join. Be a lot of fun. As it looks,
This is going to be a very interesting event tomorrow. You know, I think the main concern that people are going to have is, we all know it's going to rain, but how much rain are we going to get?
right. When can you get off those inters or wets?
Yeah,
How brave are you to run the dry line and the dry line only?
Yeah, because another thing that I think that people should consider is, for the most part, on this track, it favors FR cars.
Mm-hmm.
But the MR cars do far better in the rain than. So this is going to be a very interesting thing, specifically. Excuse me, sorry for the hiccups. Starting in the rain.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
that's
the FRs will struggle a little bit early. The MRs will probably push to the front pretty easy, or Jorge will just hold everybody up. Either way.
either way.
Yeah, but the MRs will look like they are the class but towards the later end, I think we're gonna fall off a little bit.
Now, I also think it depends on how dry, like
Yeah,
like what lap the track dries up. Because if there's someone a minute in front of you, you've 2 laps to go. You can only hope for the best.
I mean, there's
Oh yeah,
strategy in qualifying.
yeah,
There's strategy in the race.
these guys are working together 100%.
Yep,
Oh yeah.
we're
I
seeing
see
it.
what's going on here.
The Genesis is definitely the stronger of the two in the dry here, so it shouldn't be an issue for Bobagito to stay ahead. And then if Wade can keep it together, he'll take advantage of the tow on the couple straights we got going on. So it could propel that Ferrari to the top of the Ferraris. Currently, the top
Shaggy.
Ferrari is
Shaggy.
Shaggy Doo 88 at P13.
But I'm pretty confident Wade will eclipse that.
Yeah, you think so?
I'm very confident. Yeah,
He is the
raced him
toe.
a good bit in the last season.
And Speedburner slowing down quite a bit. Geezer Gears wanting Speedburner to stay ahead. So we'll go on board with Bobagito as he's going to be the first one to get around his outlap. It's definitely fun to see, and it's good to see different leagues, different drivers, different teams all getting together. We had the PHG Season 1, which was more of a testing ground, really. See how we did on broadcasting, how we did on race setup, if people are interested, and it proved to be very successful. We had our charity event, which amazingly we raised $2,700 for St. Jude's, and now we're starting Season 2, and it's looking good. And Bobagito now has a good gap, so I guess that teamwork tow isn't in effect, but I think they just wanted clean air. They worked their way past Geezer Gears and Speedburner, and are now going to have a free lap. Speedburner just now hitting turn 1.
Yeah, the Ferrari is definitely capable of a sub 755, 754. It's just how much do you want to push it?
Indeed.
So I did not want to push it too much. I was just cruising.
Yeah, better safe.
I was worried.
Better safe
It's a little
because
scary.
it's better to get, P10, P13 versus not getting a decent lap in at all and dropping down. Because as we've talked about before, the higher the split, the more the points. So just because you win split 3 doesn't put you at the top, because somebody who comes in last split 1 still going to have more points than you do. So finishing lower in a higher split will do you better than finishing top in a lower split.
Yeah, it's a little more rewarding than with GTWS, where you just inflate your DR and end up in a lobby where you have to earn every aspect of, getting points in this. You have to qualify well, and then you have to do well in the race itself. It's not just you can just show up and automatically in the top split.
Paying attention to Bobagito's laps, and he's revving out the Genesis, which is a bold strategy. It does better under short shifting.
I don't know if that felt like it would lose stability. It does have good top end though.
It is
The
not.
Ferrari's like, what's 170? I never see it.
I don't drive the Genesis Group 3 very often, so I'm clueless when it comes to how to drive that car. I just think it looks good.
It does look like Bobagito has got the pace advantage over Wade, because there's a gap has opened up between them.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Putting in a solid, he's putting in a solid lap.
Yeah, Bobagito's got a 754, 755. Wade's not as good as I thought it was going to be, but still sub 8. So this next Delta is.
And Speedburner kind of waited quite a bit to get going. I think he wanted as free and clear a track as he could get. He was a good bit behind the two. Very fun front end camera we got here.
Oh,
I like that. Go back up front with Bobagito. Who just seems to be cruising. It doesn't look like he's going fast, but that tends to mean he's going really fast.
When it looks that clear and smooth, yeah.
yeah, he's heading up until Mickey Lauda curve. See what his split is. I think he's even currently ahead of me.
Looking good.
Yeah, I think he's got half a half a second on my lap so far.
Wow.
See how he handles Bravery Corner.
I think he is going to be very brave. A slight lift and back on it. Keeps it on the track.
A big lift.
Better safe than sorry, as they say.
There's maybe 2 or 3 corners that the Genesis will have problems with. See how he handles it. Where one will be coming out of the carousel. That's important.
Ooh. That was smooth. That was smooth.
Smooth, but it was. If you watch his throttle inputs, he could have got some more time out of it. Into the gardens now.
See how Geezer Gears handles it. And drops in. Not as smooth
Excellent
as
exit.
the two CBR drivers. And we'll drop back to Speedburner. As he approaches the carousel.
What I hate is the most recent mop update hurt
Yeah,
how
I'm
I
not a
felt
big
about
fan
this
of
track. No, because the car felt more smooth and free in a good way, and then they dialed it down, and it felt like it was kind of sluggish, where you should be going. You felt like you could push it more, and now you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah. You need
He's
to
a
have
very nice flow.
Yeah, same thing with the Group 4 cars. There's nothing to them anymore.
Bobagito just, I mean, can't find much fault in any of his driving. I'm excited to see what this time's going to be as he's coming up here. Almost finished the mini carousel.
You can usually tell from this Delta what it's going to be.
Heading into Gavin Goff. This is where I lost it at. He nails it. He should be flat.
Absolutely.
Slight lift, okay. About a
What are you
755,
thinking?
Shaggy.
Yeah, I was thinking 54, 55. Because you want to go sub 710 right there. And you're looking pretty good.
Pull up the
167.
old spreadsheet. We got Bobagito. What time are you going to put down for us, Bobagito? Almost done. Can you get this right?
Nails
Looking
it. He nails it.
smooth. Looking smooth.
Absolutely nails it. About a 756 maybe. 755.
Woo!
755.62.
And Wade.
759.193.
He pulled that back a lot because he lost a lot of time in that. I guess right before that last section, and he dialed it back in with that last little last effort there.
Wade was a 7:59 point what?
759.193.
193.
Then we have a 814.983. And Speed Burner here with an 805.683.
And what was the last of Geezer Gears?
Geezer Gears was 683.
814.683. Well
No,
done.
no, no. Geezer Gear, yeah, 814.983. And
983.
Speed Burner was 805.683. The last three times were all point threes. The
Wow.
point 0.983, 0.683, and 0.193.
That's crazy. That's crazy. So let's see where that puts us here. Bobajito
Now-
in P5 with the 755.620. Wade with the 759.193. That puts him in P14. Speed Burner 805.683. That puts him in P24.
There'll be 14 people in each lobby, correct?
15 if I'm in there, since I'd be taking up a space.
And Geezer Gears in P38 with an A14.983.
So I think that moved me down to P11.
Pyro puts you.
I am the bubble.
Pyro is, yes, P11. In between Beans and Vetterdan.
But one driver, was it Enigma, won't be able to make the Friday race.
Nor
So-
will Ormonde. I don't think he's going to be racing, but he's down in P25.
Yeah, I thought as far as the current top splits, so you're really one better than what it currently is. So I'm technically 14th, and that would make Pyro 10th, 9th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
10th.
Yep.
Oh, I do hope I make it now, because then we'll have two Ferraris on top split. I really hope I do.
I didn't care at first, but now I kind of care.
Well, I did. I figured he was going to go something else. Like, a lot of times, like CBR is going to want to do their own thing and have a couple of teammates in the same manufacturer. But we had to have the same exact one again because we were the only alphas last time. I'm like, yeah, I kind of want to make it.
Hilarious. All right, I'm going to step away for a second. You guys can keep talking. I'll be right back.
Excellent.
Okie dokie.
This is shaping up to be amazing. We have about 50 minutes left?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just about.
It's like, I'm happy with the results. Okay, we'll shut it all down. We're gonna head out now.
Okay, just kidding. I gotta go. Bye.
Did I say 10 o'clock? I meant 10 after 9.
There you go. I make the rules. I do what I want.
It'd be very disappointing not to have our resident alien top split.
I know, right? Oh, power loss.
Oh, dang.
Internet out. I didn't pay the bill. Technically, I did have a problem trying to pay my power bill today. It wouldn't take the online payment, so I had to actually call them. That was almost a thing.
Oh wow.
I mean, it would have been fine though. I still got a hold of automated one or whatever.
Yeah.
But basically, I'd go in there and it was like I was signed in under my account, but it was like we can't find your account. But I'm like, but I'm in the account. So I was like, I know it ain't supposed to go off yet. I have some time. I don't know. Technology.
When the hiccups happen, it's a pain.
Speaking of that, I actually had really bad hiccups today too.
It happened to me on stream.
That's the
Happened to
worst.
me on street. Yeah, I'm not a big
I
fan
was
of the hiccups.
I was shopping in the grocery store and I had them for like 30 minutes, just going around,
Ooh.
go behind somebody, and that's all they hear is me with a hiccup.
I just blame it on the beers.
Oh yeah. I was trying to like hold my breath, think about something else. Didn't work.
Holding the breath normally does it for me. Normally.
Yeah, usually. No,
Sometimes it takes a while.
I was too preoccupied getting stuff in the store. So it's like trying to think about that, what I needed to get or whatever, and then I'd go back to thinking, oh, that's right, I still have hiccups, and when we get the hiccup, oh wait, leave me alone. Starting to hurt after a while. I was having a stomach problems last night, and I was like, I don't need these two. Recovering from that.
Oh, Shaggy, not stomach problems.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, basically, it was kind of like a little mini vacation over the weekend. Ate too much cheese. Like all the
Oh,
seafood. I love seafood, so I ate everything. Everything was doused in cheese sauce or something. And yeah, so I probably had too much of that, and it didn't go too well. But I got some medicine, and it cleared up. Woke up and I was mostly feeling okay.
hey, that's all that matters, man.
So I was dying last night trying to run the lobby and everything. I was like, just let me get through it. Let me get through it.
You know, you toughed it out. You made it happen. So we're
Yeah.
very appreciative about that. Setting up these great races,
Yeah, I try.
providing providing the entertainment to folks. If you need
Oh, yeah.
ideas, we can definitely throw some help your way too, with the
Oh, yeah.
races and stuff. We can have like a nations race.
That's what I was thinking
I think,
about.
yeah, if
It's
you
more like NRL with a nations race.
yeah, if you recall a little while ago, I actually suggested a race to you, and then we ended up getting that race as a daily race, which was the Red Bulls at the Nürburgring.
I
Oh yeah.
did
Yeah,
break out
I
there.
actually suggested that coincidentally, when those were the daily races, my original V went out. I had to buy a new VR.
Oh no.
Yeah, I had a shorten the wire,
Ooh.
so I
What's the
ended up
thing about it?
I ended up buying a new VR set and did something nice, some special running. I gave
Whew, I'm back. What'd I
yep,
miss? Nothing?
Not much.
yeah, nothing much,
Oh,
but
Leo.
I
But
gave.
Mm-hmm.
something I wanted to do, like, because we basically did the exhibition right before NRL as like a little warm up. Everybody getting into a kind of a league sense, and getting used to setting up for races and practice and everything, and kind of building on that. And I'm sure it helped out a lot of people. Um, but for NRL, next time it comes around, I want to do an exhibition, but it's like an NRL exhibition, like something that you would see NRL, basically the weirdest things you can think of, or most of the time they don't make sense, but still end up turning out to be really good races.
That sound like the St.
Something
Jude races.
exactly something that you wouldn't normally see.
Yeah.
PD won't give it to you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
speaking of that, I got a bone to pick with you, Shaggy.
Love it. I love it.
Yeah, those McLarens, that
Yeah.
was torture, man.
Well, that's the thing about it. Aren't you glad I didn't race it myself? Because I was really good at it myself. I was watching y'all's times. I was like, I was too tired to race it, but I was like, I could have gave y'all a good little run there. Those are
Yeah,
fun. I mean,
and
they're
and
difficult, but they're fun.
you know what makes it worse for me? Because I very rarely do I practice any of these. I didn't even have the car. I had to go buy one.
Yep. And it's
I
not
brought
cheap,
one.
right?
I entered. I have 100 million credits. I'm not stressing
Just
the credits, but
sitting on them credits.
yeah, I mean, I'm at the point where there isn't but so much that I can do with the money. Well, with the credits. but I had to go buy the car. I didn't even put my normal livery on. I just went and got one and just put a black livery on it, and no practice. Didn't know how this thing would turn out, and I ended up qualifying in P2, I think, or and I was like, if I'm in P2 at the end of this race, I'm gonna win. I started on the hards. I listened to. I think I can't remember who made the suggestion that we do 3 laps. I said I'll do one extra lap. I did 4 laps and then changed tires and said, you know what? I came out the pits at like P5. I said, there's a chance. Everyone else is on the medium tire. They're gonna come out on the softs. I mean, was it softs or mediums?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and that's yeah. It was. They were all the medium tires, and I had came out. I started on the hards from the front, which was similar to what I did at the Daytona race, where I started. Even though I started in first place, I started on the harder tires, on the harder tire compound, and it worked out for me wonderfully. So I said, you know what, I'll see if I can pull off the same strategy here, and it played out. It couldn't have played out any better for me. And I had the beautiful Miss Bell, my fiance, watching. She was basically my pit crew telling me what's going on and listening to you guys. That's how I knew where everyone else was on track. Because again,
Mm-hmm.
PD, the more money you spend on this game, the more PD hates you. So if you have a VR, if you went out and spent the money on VR, PD is gonna make your life a living hell. You don't have a Delta, you don't have anything, you don't know what's going on unless somebody is in in your lobby streaming, so you can get the information.
Mm. Yeah.
I
Right?
got
She was
lucky.
definitely cheering you on. Like she was all over chat and being like, "Hey, he's gonna win. He knows what he's doing. Y'all
Mm-hmm.
just
Yeah,
watch."
she's like he's focused.
Oh yeah, dialed in.
Yeah,
But that's pretty much what I figured out because on all of those I only practiced like one little deal, learned the strat, and then done with it. That's how I knew the one for the um, Monza that you could run the entire race without stopping.
oh man, I ruined Monza. I went off at the chicane, at the first chicane. I was in first and I crashed. But if I would have known, like if I would have practiced and would have known that that would have worked, whoever was in second place at that point, I would have let them get in front and I would have bump drafted them the whole way through. And Shaggy, you'd have been in trouble.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing about it. There was only about a 6, 7 tenths difference between, at the best, the hards and the softs, and probably even closer most of the time because you only have like 5 turns that you really need to worry about. Monza
Yeah,
is just all speed, all the
yeah.
straights and a couple of turns, and that's it.
The thing
And
about Monza is
hardware
with
was
the
not bad at all.
yeah. The thing about Monza that is important to realize is it's almost like Monza's almost set up the way Le Mans is set up, which
Yeah,
basically every turn is part of a chicane with the exception of was it Lesbo 1 and Lesbo 2.
Yep.
Every turn is a chicane.
pretty
You
much.
have the first chicane, which we didn't have in this race. Then you have the second chicane, which we had. Then this Lesbo 1 and 2, and then it's the Ascari chicane, and then Parabolica.
Yeah. Parabolica is the only other.
Yeah,
Yep.
and
Actually,
with
yeah, I took the chicanes out, the first chicanes, to prevent shenanigans. Basically, make it
yeah,
where you go top speed, and it's more fun taking that flat out, anyways.
yeah, I'm shocked. Like I'm shocked that no one forgot that there was no chicane in that
Mm-hmm.
because it almost happened to me. I almost forgot.
Well, and you see it happen when we use the other short tracks like Nürburgring or
Suzuka, I
Catalunya,
almost forgot a couple times.
Suzuka, um, Watkins Glen. It's
Here,
like people go straight when then you need a turn, but it's the opposite for Monza. where you gotta keep going instead of slowing down. So it's like the opposite
Yeah.
effect.
It's here the same way with the 24-hour layout and the endurance layout.
Right?
Where
Whether you
you're
go
thinking
left.
with this one you go right, and then with the 24 you're going left to take
Yep.
the rest of the GP part.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're like,
What-
why am I what?
Or what's the layout where you do turn one, which is a right, and then immediately hard left, where you bypass the Mercedes.
Oh, that's the 20. I think is that the GP or 24-hour circuit
It must be
here?
the 24 because the GP you do the
No, it's the 24-hour. Yes,
yeah.
I meant endurance of 24 hours. It's the 24-hour track.
Yeah, where you go right and then that one catches me off guard more than anything, because it
Yeah, that turn's already difficult.
yeah it's like wait, and then you gotta turn hard left and everybody just
Yeah.
crashing into each other.
Yeah, it happens.
dailies
that
there
that was the
are
race. I
busy.
believe the week before. That was the race not too long ago. They had the Group Ones at the Nürburgring, which that was an amazing race. The problem is, I couldn't use the Audi.
Yeah,
'Cause the
I
whole
don't always consider it.
Yeah, I did it with the Toyota because the whole right hand drive thing in VR
Oh, in
was just
VR.
yeah, it's just
I'm always a fan of the 919. I think they nerfed it a little too much. It just
yes
doesn't
they
have it
did.
anymore.
Yes
Because
they
it used to be
did.
so solid, so stuck to the ground, and now it just has nothing out of the corner.
It just doesn't have any speed. Because that thing is like if I had a choice and if it was competitive, that's what I would have used. I don't think there's anything that like realistically speaking, there shouldn't have been a car able to get around the Nürburgring faster than it. It's the record holder for that track
Yeah,
as far as
and it gets
time.
blown out by a freaking everything.
Yeah,
Some
like
Probably
crazy
some
VGTs.
yeah,
what they did,
Gotti. Oh, crap.
what they did with the 919 in real life was amazing. They went and showed people the capability of this car. They
Yep.
took it to Spa. They set they were beating F1 cars
Yep.
with the
Well, it
nine with
doesn't have the
the
top end.
919.
As a lot of the other cars, like the Class C cars, it has insane cornering, acceleration, like 0 to 60, and like an electric car. I mean, I know it's just a hybrid or whatever it is, but
But
it's insane.
the car they took around there, they didn't have any regulations, so they were allowed to just maximize the power of the car. They didn't have like there's when they race those cars, they put rules and regular like you can't have over a certain amount of horsepower or whatever the case may be. This one, it wasn't an official race, so they said, hey, if we were allowed to do what we wanted with the car, this is what would happen. And they set records everywhere. They just went around the world with this car, and they just said, what's the record for Nürburgring? Yeah, we're gonna do it in 5 minutes in a couple. What's the record for Spa? Oh, Hamilton has the record. Here, we're gonna blast him too. They just went around blasting stuff. It was like that car was out of a ray gun. They
Definition
just
of hold my
blasted
beer.
everything. Oh, they didn't say hold my beer. They said hold my yak. Hold this whiskey.
Take that.
That's like Porsche and Audi have like some of the best test drivers, just basically former Le Mans winners across the board that they bring and will test them now. I think Mustang has even got a couple of them testing it here, just dropping record after record, just pushing it.
Amazing.
And yeah, like some of them have 5 or 6 time Le Mans winners in different classes. It's not just like you're just winning in GT or you're winning in LMP2 or hypercar or whatever. Like they just can win in anything.
It's fun. I like now that there's a good amount of WEC here in the States, because IMSA obviously is only here in the States, but WEC has a couple races here, and it's fun to see because all the IMSA cars can race in WEC, but not all the WEC cars can race in IMSA. based on the regulation. So there's some, like the Toyota does not race in IMSA because it doesn't meet the regulations, whereas the Porsche, the Cadillac, Lamborghini, Aston Martin, all can go back and forth. But then you got the Peugeot, you got the Ferrari, all only in WEC, and it's interesting, those different regulations. But when it comes to Toyota, they're like, yeah, we run this. Like, you don't want any of the smoke. You don't want it. You just don't want it.
Yeah.
Joe was hanging that car out coming around the last couple of corners before the straight. He had the thing sideways. I don't know if he had
Oh,
TC
wow.
on before that, but I know he's got TC
He's
on
got
now.
TC on now, yeah.
I want to say he didn't have it on before, and he immediately turned it on when that thing went about and did a 90-degree angle out of that turn. He said, "Nope."
Here's the question I have: how does TC affect the tire wear?
It's supposed to make it better because it's not spinning as much, but
It's supposed to lock. Yeah, it's supposed to lock the tires from spinning down a little bit, but at the same time, TC1 has barely any like qualities. I don't think TC1 saves really much of anything anymore. It used to be more effective than that, but it also used to hurt you a lot more on speed.
Yeah.
Now
According
it's just
to-
enough to give you grip.
Yeah, according to the test that Tijani did, TC3 is actually the fastest.
that makes
When
sense.
he tested all of them. The cars were actually faster in TC3 than they were in TC1 or 2.
And when you
I
look
believe-
at the real life race series like DTM and any GT3, like they all have traction control. Like they're all using traction control. So 3 is kind of there in the middle. It makes sense that it would benefit. I feel like TC hurts you more when it comes to road cars. When it comes to anything Group 4 and above, TC can be beneficial and even quicker, but road cars is where it hurts you.
When I
TC3
watched,
yeah.
go ahead.
You go ahead.
I had watched, I believe it was Hamilton doing the lap, and they were adjusting the TC by corner,
Mm-hmm.
which I was
I'd be
like,
so confused.
yeah. Were they like, oh yeah,
But
on
they-
this corner I'm gonna use TC1,
And
take it down to 5
Yep.
for this one.
it's the same thing with brake bias.
yeah,
They
brake
adjust the
bias.
curve on it as
Every
well.
turn, different brake
Every
bias.
single one.
And that's where these like really expensive wheels, like my brother is in the Thrustmaster. He has the Ferrari wheel with the digital screen on it, and you can do all that on the fly. You don't have to change. You just flick your thumb, and it is true. Like if you can, this turn I need a little traction control, and this turn I need the bias to the front. Like it's insane what these real life race car drivers do, and it's so cool to see that we as amateurs, people at our homes, if we get the right
Don't do it.
equipment, we can do it too. But
Yeah. It's funny because that's the way the Fanatec wheel, the DD Pro wheel,
Yep.
and the DD Extreme wheel is actually set up where
For that.
the first one on your, starting with your left hand side, the first one on your thumb is your fuel map. The next one, right below it is traction control, and then your right thumb, the first one is brake bias, and this yellow one, I don't know what it does.
it's
I've never used.
it's for when you're using the rally cars. It adjusts the power distribution from front to rear.
Oh wow.
And it's all color coordinated. It matches the game. That was
And
the
this-
biggest adjustment because I went to the R300 and the V2 hub, and it eliminates that from the DD Pro, which I agree. The DD Pro is so good when it comes to being incorporated for Gran Turismo. And so I've had to make some adjustments switching the wheels, but it's true. Like when you can change those things on the fly, it's really, really cool.
This is the funny thing, right? And people miss this all the time. For as fast as you guys say I am, because I don't think I'm fast, I'm relatively new. So when you said it adjusts the whatever it was, I forgot. I wouldn't know what to do with that. Like I work best when I can just drive. Like worrying about settings, like even adjusting my wheel. If someone says, "Yo, you have to adjust the rotation on your wheel," I'm screwed. When they have races that allow tuning, if there's not a streamer that I can
Yeah.
find that has I'm done. Like
Yep.
I can't if I tune I wouldn't know what I'm with the feel that I'm looking for. I'm just I don't know. I don't know how I'm supposed to handle it.
Yep.
I'm confused. I get frustrated. I don't want to race.
Yep.
I just go to like
And that
I just
and
go to
that's with
lobbies.
the time. So I mean, that shows that your learning abilities are very high. Like you're able to look at these other people who do it and provide the content for it, and you can maximize it. It is hard to do it on your own and figure it out on your own, but we have all these, and like it's foolish not to use the resources that are provided. Like people are like, I want to figure it out by myself. That's cool, but also you need to understand that there are people who are better than you who have already figured it out. Learn from what they've done and then harness your own skill set to that. And that's
Absolutely.
exactly what you do. You've looked at these other people who you know are better than you, and then you said, okay, here's what they're doing, and then you make it your own. And that's what makes you quick. Regardless of
Absolutely.
how long you've been doing it, it's your ability to adapt and take instruction and figure it out. Because if we just try to figure it out on ourselves, like, you
I,
can't do that.
especially if you don't know what you're looking for. My
Exactly.
goal my goal every week is to be within half a second of digit and to be faster than Tigany, and that's just what I aim to accomplish
Whew.
every week. When they
That's a
put out
tall
new daily
order.
races, yeah. I mean, normally I save the screenshots. Normally, when Tigany's putting in his lap time, by the time I'm asleep, I'll see Tigany number one or number two, or sometimes he'll be around number eight, and I'll be right there. And that's when I say, all right, I figured it out a little. And
Yeah.
as the week goes, the first couple days, I'm about right there, and then I pick up by Wednesday or Thursday. I'll be able to, beat my lap time again. But it's 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 my bar. Like I set a
Yeah.
bar somewhere, and it helps me know, like, all right, because now just being like having posting a top 500 not always good enough.
Right.
Like
Right.
you'll post a top 500 time, and I'll get in the lobby, and I'm starting P6, and I got Jay Vargas starting in P7, so I'm gonna get punted by accident. He's gonna be like, "What? I was just trying to." So that's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I decide which daily races I'm going on. One, by how fast I am on them, in which most of the time I'm pretty fast. Two, how much I enjoy it, and if I can gain DR.
Right. DR. Yeah. Yep.
Right now, I'm happy because I have more DR than Super GT.
There you
So,
go.
but I want to compete with Ciro.
Yeah.
Ciro has the highest DR in the country or the world right now. He's like 109 DR, 110. It's amazing.
Well,
110,000 DR. It's amazing.
here we go. I'll tell you right now. This is if you make it next year to the World Series, I'm going for sure. No questions asked. I'm
I
gonna be
think
at that
Jorge,
World Series.
I think Jorge or Plaka have a better chance than me, but I'll hold you to it.
Yeah. No. No. For real. Like, if you make it World Series, and I think you can because you're so new to this game. Like I've been playing. I guess you start with sport. I've been playing like 5-6 years. And I play quite a bit, and you are way faster than I am. So I would say if you can do that, I'm there 100%. As Sheldologist has had really a smooth lap, so smooth that we've just kind of been chatting. We haven't even been
Yeah.
paying attention because of how smooth it is. It's gonna be
8
eight
minutes, 10
minutes.
seconds, .805
8:10.805.
in the GTR. Whoa. That's another big, heavy car.
Yep.
You know what? I think the BMW doesn't do well in the rain.
No, it does not. It does not. And
Jorge, you're in trouble.
that's going to be the key is how can they hold on?
Okay, so this
No,
this next session coming up, we got cornbread. This is gonna be the last session of the night. So if anybody wants to get in, you have about 5 minutes to jump in.
and what time is the race starting tomorrow? The first one?
Uh, 7 p.m. Central Time.
Okay, that's about 9 Eastern, I believe.
And it's looking like I will be broadcast because it's going to be two splits on Friday.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
2 splits on Saturday.
So I'll be broadcasting because Salamander is currently P17, our other broadcaster. So I will be broadcasting here on my channel tomorrow, and then
Yeah, I think I'll stream the race as well,
Yes, you should. You should.
so you guys can see
Salamander
my
will
point of
be
yeah.
broadcasting on Saturday.
Shell, look like you're gonna be in a second split.
Way to go. Is Cornbread the last one?
Currently, he's the only one in the lobby, and I have to wait for it to run down. Unfortunately.
50 seconds, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, and in the 3-minute runoff. Unless there's like that is already the runoff. I don't really know.
Cornbread is almost at A plus. He's close to making the elite. Let's see where he is. I'll let him know if he's listening. Tell him exactly what his DR is, so he'll know just what he has to do to make it. Because if he's doing any good in daily race C today, he can make it tonight.
You know what we need, Shaggy, is another PHG Elite entry race. That was an early day thing we did for people who weren't A plus, but felt like they should be elite. We did a race at Watkins Glen, and it was a lot of fun.
It was.
I think that was
I
our
remember
first
that.
race as far as like a PHG race that we did.
I participated in it not expecting anything, but it was definitely a lot of fun. And it's a cool like one-off thing. Like if we have a bye week, you know?
Yeah.
Cornbread needs 989 DR to reach the elite.
Well,
If he lands in the right lobby, that's one race.
Yeah.
yeah.
Cornbread.
Yeah,
That's
so what
one
does it
race.
matter?
Let's see what Cornbread be able to do here. And I'll see if Plaka's streaming yet. Because I would really love
Yeah,
for
we
Plaka
need
to
to
get
get
in here.
Plaka is a member of PHG, VKG, Viking King Gaming, PHG, thinking of bigger channels, Wrench Wench, PHG, like, we need these.
Talk to Flock about it. He said his schedule, it wouldn't really work out too well to be able to do
Fair
these. He couldn't
enough.
really commit too much of it. Because I did ask him before, and I was like, yeah, it's... Because some people have like a set schedule that they can stream and be online, you know, playing the game, and it just wouldn't work out for him. The same thing with Lead Pencil. It wouldn't work
Yeah.
out for him.
I know, he
'Cause
has
I
a
asked him as
tight
well.
schedule.
And Wrench, she can't make it as well. The time difference, as well as like she has a set time that she streams.
Yep. Well, that's how I got into commentating. Was I couldn't commit to NRL, but I could be like I can be there certain weekends, and then now I feel like I plan my schedule around commentating gigs, whether it's PHG, NRL, trying to get in on the FIA, South African League. That
And to
Flaw
be fair,
does.
you're amazing at it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
It's been fun. Like I did not think I would be good, honestly. And it's like I can tell. Like I go back and watch when it was me and Toon only, and then versus now, it's like, yeah, I've definitely gotten good at this. I watch a lot of real life motorsport, so that helps because you get to listen to the pros do it. And to be honest, like NRL, we're better than most televised race leagues. Like we really are. Not to toot my own horn. It's a team effort, but we are better than most real life motorsport, and it's becoming that
How
way
do you
for
guys
PHG.
get the replays?
So you have to hook your keyboard to the PlayStation, plug it in the USB, and there's a button you can press for the replay. And then McNaughty has all sorts of tricks. Those are McNaughty's tricks. But there's lots you can do. You just have to know how to do it.
Hey, Shag, you should let me go out there and set a lap with him. Just for entertainment purposes, to walk the crowd through what it's like doing one of these
I mean,
laps.
if he wants to, it would actually help it ease it along because I don't have to be in the lobby. If you want to get out there, yeah.
Yeah, you can run a
Do I?
lap. It won't count, but you can run one.
I know it won't count.
So we got
well,
Cornbread and the
Yo, that's real.
Vision.
I have help.
Mazda.
Went with the stealth version though.
Is there a big difference between the stealth and the regular version?
I have no idea.
Other than the name is better. It's cooler.
I
It's also the very first car they give you.
yeah.
They're like, here, it's stealthy.
I don't honestly know what the difference is.
I think you got it when you pre-ordered, because I pre-ordered this. What car
Yeah,
am
I
I
did
in?
too.
Let me
Like
switch.
months in advance.
Oh no. Change. Cool. Here we go.
Hey, there's 3 people in Mazda. I'm happy about that one.
Got some help, like you said.
Exactly.
So on the
I didn't
subject of cornbread,
Cornbread is ready.
I moved to Texas
There it
from
goes.
Georgia,
Yeah.
and I had cornbread that had jalapeno baked into
Ooh.
the cornbread,
Ooh.
and it blew my mind. And I was like, "What the fuck,
amazing.
bro? Give me that cornbread."
Give me the jalapeno kind.
Let me dip that in my chili.
All right, so I'm gonna
Ooh.
let Cornbread exit the pits first.
He's waiting, patiently waiting for a track to explode on. You can stun if you want, or your ass will get blown on. Very far away in pits, Cornbread is now moving.
Yes.
I hope Cornbread's ready for the Group 4 racing.
Route 4 is that's my week. But you know what? As long as Genesis, BMW, I think we may be able to. I think Genesis may be able to. The Genesis is solid. Route 4.
Yeah, the Group
see.
4 Genesis is OP right now. The Group 3 is good if you can drive it, and clearly you can. So I think Genesis is probably the top. It's probably the top. Mazda could be good if you were a good enough driver, because the Mazda 3 is solid right now. But Genesis seems to be the one.
We'll see about that. Come Interlagos.
Dude, I've been rocking that Mazda at Red Bull Ring this
I
week.
know.
Dude,
I know you have.
It's so good.
That top speed on the
It's
Mazda.
insane.
I remember
back.
when it first came out, close to Group 3 cars as far as top. It was like pushing on the barriers, lowest group 3 cars.
Yeah, it struggles out of turn 2 at Red Bull Ring, but everywhere else it just dominates. It's fun. I've had a lot of fun. Probably the most fun I've had in a while as far as playing sport mode is this week in the Mazda 3 at the Red Bull Ring, while everybody else is in the Genesis.
Oh yeah, you've been farming DR, huh?
I'm trying. My SR, my SR has been all over the place, but the DR has been doing good.
Last week for me was at Daytona.
Oh, yeah. See, I was doing Interlagos all last week.
At Interlagos, I'm really good. And it's what is it? When it's Group 1 in Super Formula. When we have Super Formula races, I suspect that next week should be a Super Formula, or we'll be at Mount Panorama at Bathurst.
Yeah, I hope so. I love Bathurst.
Like, I don't normally like Super Formula, but Interlagos, will do that anytime. And probably the best combo I've seen was Group 1 with the 919 at Interlagos. Had a lot of fun and success with that one.
That was the last time I ended the week with a top 100 time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been like
there as well with that.
Yeah.
I think the last time we had a GTWS race there, I ended up getting pole with it. Mullet was in the race, and I had to give up third to him because my tires were dying. This is when tires were way worse on controller users, and I couldn't hold them off at the end. I'm getting a P4, but just the tires were just gone. I hated that though, but I'm like, I don't even know how I got pole in that one. And there was some good drivers in there.
Here, I'll just go around Cornbread here.
Nice and easy, does it?
That looks mean.
Well, gents, I'm gonna have to probably hop off of here. The internet's not cooperating.
All good, Leo. Have a good night, bud.
Have a great night, man.
Zoom.
And good luck tomorrow if you're racing.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hopefully I am. That would line up my schedule pretty well, but we'll see. Yeah.
So tomorrow's split 1 and split 3, correct?
Yes.
Miss Hit Miss is the name of this corner, which tells you exactly how to take it. You miss, Miss Hit Miss. You missed the first apex, hit the second one, and missed the third.
Sounds about right.
Sounds.
Or you do what some people do and miss them all and hit Barry R.
Yeah, I mean you could miss them all, and just as long as you're close to it, you're safe.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. Well, I'm happy we don't have to worry about the Shoemaker S here. That's a pain. Like, you have to take it flat out, and that's not always the easiest.
Not at all. Not at all.
And coming up on Bravery Corner, I like to lift a bit and downshift. Taking care of the tires here.
It's crazy. Still just the outlap.
5 minutes into the outlap. And entering me and Shaggy's favorite part of the track. The highest elevation level on the track.
Into the horseshoe. Keeps it down there nicely. That was smooth.
He's at the carousel now.
Yep. So I'm assuming Cornbread is the proprietor of CBR.
Fair assumption. CBR Cornbread Racing makes sense. Best cornbread I've had is from a place called Memphis Soul.
Ooh, I bet
It's
it was
amazing.
so good.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Same way you said it had the jalapenos.
Mm-hmm.
Same way.
Same way. So, like, my family's from the Midwest, Missouri area, and there's a town that my dad was born in called Mount Vernon, Missouri, and they have apple butter making days, where they make apple butter, which is like apple cinnamon jam, essentially, is what apple butter is. And apple butter on cornbread when you're having chili is one of the greatest things ever. So you cover your cornbread in apple butter, and then you dunk it through your bowl of chili. And it's a
Sounds
sweet
amazing.
and spicy, savory. It's really good. So
You made me hungry.
that's my goal in life. I want everyone to be wanting food, because I love food more than anything in the world. I've had all of life's pleasures, and food is the greatest. So don't eat bad food, y'all. Good food is cheap too. Don't.
Have you ever heard of artichoke pizza?
I worked at Mellow Mushroom, and we made pizza with artichoke hearts, but I don't know about artichoke pizza.
Yeah, it's a restaurant. It's amazing.
Yeah,
All right.
that sounds good.
It's amazing.
How did
All
they
right.
do their pizza?
It's just cheesy and creamy.
Ah,
All right, starting my lap. Let's see how we can go. Let's see what we look like without the crash that I got into.
climb on board with Pyro. Go ahead and just kind of speak through what you're doing.
Gotcha. So here, I'll shift in a second for the stability, and just a dab of the brakes here. Dab the acceleration, try to track out as much as I could here. Try to get myself right on. And again, second gear for stability as usual, just to lift off here. Full throttle on my way in and out of that turn. Here I want to brake slightly after the 100 board and just let the car coast all the way through. Once I get to that little apex, I step on the accelerator. I want to slide my car over this apex here, shift up in the third, and allow the car to turn and slide. Full on here, and hopefully, there we go, good time. I'm going to use this to keep my wheel straight and let it turn the apex there. And here I want to brake at the 100, drop down 2 gears, and hopefully slide right through those. Only hit one of the placards. Coast myself into the Nürburgring. And downshift and let the car slide again. Full on throttle. I'm not going to touch the apex there. I want to drift out to the left a little bit and take this cone flat out.
Yep.
Now here, we want to slide and dance a bit.
I love dancing.
Shift
Yeah.
up for stability.
Yep.
Same thing here.
Ooh. Yeah. Yep.
Look for the change of color on the road. Once I hit that, shift up. Well,
Yep.
hopefully I should come out around 2 minutes, maybe 2 minutes and 1 second. Boom. If I can
2:01.
take
Yep.
flick putts flat. Oh, nope.
Nope. Slight lift.
Little
slight
lift.
lift.
Yep.
Yep. Keep it going. Keep it going. Now it's pinned for a while. Come
Yeah,
up
stay
with the
flat.
left, right.
And I'm going to ride the
Ooh. All of that.
ride the
curve.
apex
Yep,
there.
yep.
Yeah. Now, if you paid attention, my car actually lifted a bit, and that's where it happened at in the Gran Turismo movie.
Where he.
That's
he
where
takes
he
off.
went airborne.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the air. I think they call it the airport.
Yep. All
Here-
that air gets under that flat
yeah.
floor.
I'm looking for this marker right here.
There
Dab
it
of the
is.
brakes, downshift, and slide over.
Uh-huh. And then this is the slow.
Ice corner, yep.
Yep. Very nice.
Use my throttle as to help turn the car. You want to turn the car with your feet.
Yep. I love it that when you get to dance on the pedals, that's my favorite. There you go. Very nice. Cut it in second gear.
Turn in, yep.
Back out to third. And this is very much the downhill sector.
Yes. Here I want to get as far right as possible. Now, miss, hit, miss. I want to look for the corner
Uh-huh.
that was there.
Okay.
Come as close to there as possible. Now, this is the slowest part of the entire track.
Hard. Yep. Back on the throttle.
Here I'm looking for the porta potty on the right.
On the right there.
Oh, I slowed down too much, but that's fine.
Such a long track. There's so many places to make up and lose time.
Yes, there is. Now, heading into Mickey Lauda curb, there is a placard on the right, but what's actually better is a blue marker right there on the floor. And then you coast your car through, get on the acceleration as soon as possible, and it's flat out into Bravery Corner, but you want to stay to the left for this part of the track. And there are little telltale signs right here, little parts of bricks. They're telling you this is the shortest line that you can take.
Okay. How brave are you going to be? We're coming up to
I'm
it.
going to slightly lift off and downshift to keep me where I need to be. You don't want to hit the apex on Bravery Corner.
Down to fifth. Very nice. Oh, nice. That was so smooth. And then we're coming up to a heavy braking zone. Down to second. First. Back up to second. On the throttle. Full throttle. Now we got the carousel. How we do that?
Jam on the brakes at the red line. Stay in second. Dab, 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 dab.
And on it.
Power out, yes.
Nice. Oh, man.
Here is flat out until we get to the curb on the right. At the very start of the curb, tap the brakes, double downshift, shift back up, slight lift. Allow the car to turn before you get back on the accelerator.
This is the fun part.
Yes.
This is the fun part. You get that flow. You get that feeling going. On the gas. Up here. Right-hander. You got to think about the left coming up. Ooh. Very nice.
Want to sneak in as much acceleration as you could onto YouTube corner.
Yep.
Yes. Allow the car to turn before you get in.
Another left. Followed by... Now, this is where, if you don't get it right at the start, you kind of struggle. There you go.
So the moment the car hits the ground,
boom.
Boom. Jam on the brakes. Power out. And you start turning left before you actually see the corner there.
Yeah, these blind corners, I mean, you just have to trust your practice.
You just got to know they're there.
Yep.
Now here, I'm looking for the marshals, and then double downshift, slight brake here. Now allow the car to turn.
Okay.
Before you get fully on.
And we got
the mini carousel right there at the chalk on the ground.
Ooh.
Power out. Up to Gavin Goff. We're going to take a slight lift. Power out. And let's see if we can take this flat.
Yeah. Oh.
Slight lift. But it's nearly perfect.
Yep. That was
11
long
should
straight.
Yeah. Should be about a 7 minute and 7 minute and 58 second lap here. Could have done better.
I'm gonna hop back over to Cornbread, who's screaming in that Mazda, about to go through the jump. Gets the jump down into the corner. He's about to hit the mini carousel.
Wow, that lap was faster than my qualifying lap.
7:57 by Pyro. Very
Well, yeah,
nice.
your official lap, you said you botched it a little bit, so
Yep,
I think you went and did a better job this time.
yep.
I think you had a lot more confidence this time, probably. You know, since you watched everybody do it, and you're like, oh, I can do that. I can do that better.
My last one was much better.
Yeah, that was great. It was fun to kind of go through that with you. I hope our viewers benefited from that, because I know I did.
This is a place where I messed up at. Yeah, let's see what's going on with cornbread.
About 8:10 or so.
Okay, slow down.
Okay.
808s and heartbreaks.
808s and heartbreaks. 808.677.
And that's all.
That's all, folks.
So,
He said, we done that.
let me do the fun task of reading through our standings. So we currently have had 54 drivers participate.
Don't count Mr. Ormond.
My 53 drivers to participate.
There we go.
Jorge Senior NP1, NP5 Bobajito, NP10 Beans, and P15 ours truly Shaggy Doo, and P20 Zilla, RSR Zilla, and P25, which we are not counting because that's Mr. Ormonde. So P25 we have PHG Papa with an 806.733.
PHG proprietor.
PHG proprietor, indeed.
Smooth Poperator.
Smooth operator. Then we have Sheldologist, P30. Fernando, P35. Johnny Boy, P40. McNaughty, P45.
Which is hilarious, by the way.
Hilarious, indeed. Root, who has not qualified. So that ends. So P50 or P53 is Caper with no time. So several people did not qualify, but they will be slotted in. But currently we have a total of 54 drivers to show up for qualifying. So that is absolutely fantizzle-tastic.
I want to say that's the most we've ever had qualify for anything.
Yeah. So shout out PHG. Again, the website for Papa's House of Game, specifically for GTWS Season 2, is in the chat. It is pinned. Please click that. I appreciate everyone who's been here for my stream. Please like and subscribe if you don't mind. Pyro, thank you so much for jumping in here, man. We love having you. So again, feel free. It's good stuff. And then Shaggy, of course, who organized and thought of all this and put it on and is here running the lobbies. Thank you so much. I'll let each of you say a goodbye to everyone. I'll let you start, Pyro.
I just want to say thanks everybody for stopping by, and more importantly, thank you for having me be able to come out, hang out, and kill some time with you guys. Watch what my competition does, and talk some crap to my boy Jorge there. who
Yep.
I also wish the best of luck and congrats to him on pole position with a great lap. I will stream the race tomorrow. You could catch it at PHG Pyro on YouTube. And best of luck to all the competitors out there. May the fastest person be fortunate enough to catch a victory. Good
Indeed.
night, everybody.
Thank you. And you too, Shaggy.
Yeah, it's kind of surreal sometimes, to think about like what we're doing here and what we can accomplish is just being a racing community. It's not just about the racing itself; it's what we can do for others. Um, but yeah, it's awesome. Like the community is amazing. PhD is amazing. All our friends, amazing. Um, yeah, I couldn't be any happier. Like we're doing something that others, they do it, but I don't feel the love,
Right.
and I think we have more than enough of that. But yeah, thank you for everyone coming out, and hope you enjoyed the race, and whether you're taking part or viewing it, I hope we have something great for you.
Indeed. And thank you so much, Shaggy. I am pacing right now. If I can do it. There's Pyro's channel. Go check out Pyro. Subscribe to his channel. Cheer him on tomorrow. We will have a live race tomorrow. Let me look at here. So Salamander is currently P17. So that's split 2. He will be racing on Friday or Saturday. Split 2.
That will be the first race, 1 p.m. Central Time, Saturday.
Saturday. Okay. So we will most likely have Salamander broadcasting tomorrow for the Friday splits, and I will be broadcasting on Saturday, and we'll be able to watch Salamander race. So that is definitely positive. I did just post Pyro's channel in the chat, so go check that out. Be sure to like and subscribe. Again, Shaggy, thank you so much for everything you do for PHG. You're an awesome dude, and I am so glad to know you. Pyro, thank you so much for joining us, and you're a natural when it comes to commentating and being in the booth, as they say. Great to have you. Myself, T-Case, I love doing this. I'm so thankful and grateful for being a part of this community. It is a blast. We love it. Races are starting tomorrow. We're going to have races tomorrow and Saturday, and then continuing on for weeks and weeks. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for liking. Any new subscribers, thank you. Thank you for the donations from Jeff and Turbo. Greatly appreciated. We're going to call it a night because we got other things to do. But thank you all so much. And I think there's only one thing left to say, and that is game over, man. Game over.